What is up, everybody? Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Sorry, no Zelda, Twitch. I just didn't change the title. That's my bad. But it's changed now, so we're all clear, right? We're all clear. It's PC matchmaking time. So yeah. Welcome, everyone. Hope you have had a good start to the week on this Tuesday, the 15th. 15th, right? What's going on? Talk to me. Like, I mean, you are. I know you already are. That's a silly thing to say, but Peter got here early. What's going on, Peter? How's it going? Dodger Dog, what's up? Bergie 5, welcome. Observer of Thoughts, all is pretty well. Yeah, doing pretty good. Just about got this. You can't, it looks completely the same probably to you, but there was just stuff all on the floor here from PCs I was working on, stuff like that. Boxes I had opened, just all kinds of things. I've been cleaning out in here. So we're not doing the unboxing tonight. That should be Thursday. So, but we're gonna help people tonight. That's always good. Helping people is great. What are you talking about? It's good. We're gonna do that. And who else here? Well, over on YouTube. What's going on, YouTube? Peter over there as well. Thank you for watching on both channels. I appreciate that. If you're capable of watching in tabs on the device you're watching on, you're not watching on a smartphone or whatever, or a TV, feel free to have both streams up. It's just I don't know, pads the viewer count or whatever. It just helps a little bit with the viewership. But you can mute the one you're not actively watching. Observer of Thoughts, also watching on both. Thank you for that. Steve, what's going on? Chris Crawford, how's it going? Welcome. And who else we got here? Off tomorrow. Can't wait to get home. Chris, that sounds great. Hope you enjoy that. Sailor X, welcome. What's going on? 5060 Ti 16 gig be arriving at my home on Friday. Exciting stuff. Alice, welcome. How are you? You're on my TV. That's okay. I mean, also there's multiple devices. Yeah, but that's really not something you guys need to do. Whenever I say thanks for doing that, I'm not saying that everybody needs to be doing that and inconvenience themselves. I'm just acknowledging those who go out of their way to watch on both, be in both chats. Just remember to at least drastically lower the volume of whatever one you're not actively watching. I came here for Zelda. I can't get jiggy with no Zelda. That's, I mean, Dodger Dog, that's like Link's whole mood in Tears of the Kingdom. Objective is not even to defeat Ganondorf. It's just find Zelda. How was your weekend? It was okay. It was pretty good. Pretty productive. Just working on stuff here, trying to get things resituated. The thing is, every time the mess was still left over from coming back from Computex, believe it or not. Every time I got to travel, I got to dig up all this stuff. I got to get out of the closet here. I got to pack stuff up. And then I just am in such a panic to make my flight that I just leave stuff out. And then when I get back, it's the stuff that's left out, plus all the things I have to unpack that I just, it's a huge mess. I promise you this, as messy as this shot kind of already is, I promise you any streamer or content creator where you see the shot, an angle that they always have, starting exactly outside the FOV of that camera is a mess for a lot of them. I'll tell you, I know a few that are the exception to that, but they are the exception, not the rule. Que pasta. I prefer fettuccine, honestly. I have a funny spidey sense that if you watch TV muted, it doesn't count as a proper view. Leave it up the tiniest amount. Steve, here's one thing. If you're gonna mute Twitch and you're watching in Chrome or a browser, right-click the tab and mute website, rather than muting the player, and then generally it will still count as a view. Already with a poll. Okay. All right. Well, we're gonna stop the intro so I can start a poll. Just give me a second. And there's 4 choices there. I can't make them that long. There is a character limit, so I can't put that people who don't need caffeine are better than anyone else. And also, I would disagree with that anyway. But yeah. Okay. Okay, there we go. Hope everybody enjoyed watching me silently create a poll. This is going to be my quiet way of protesting against having to do 4 polls per stream like Peter would like me to do, because I have a couple of mods. They're not always here. And when they are, I have to be like, hey, could you do the mod thing? They're like, oh, yeah, because mostly they just hang out. So it means that I got to stop what I'm doing and make a poll. But yeah. My tab has a mute button on it for when I need to mute someone. There you go, Dodger. That's it. Tiger Lily, what's going on? Welcome. Okay. What's up, FGN? How's it going? I'm excited. Just graduated high school, joining the Highway Patrol next year. Very cool. Congratulations on graduating high school. Very cool. What's up, Robert? How's it going? It's funny how, Steve, you spelled it Spooty Sense, but I still read Spidey Sense. It's funny how we read by just really just kind of taking pictures of words with our eyes and then our brains and then translating that very quickly. Rarutu, what's up? Kaiser Platypus, welcome. Their streams are very inspirational. Keep up the good work. Thank you for saying such a nice thing, and I will do my best. So, we're doing the PC matchmaking thing. I hope y'all are down for that. Again, the Asus PC unboxing stream should be on Thursday. Keep an eye out for that. Haven't done one of those in a while. It's going to be fun. We're having a good time with that. I think you just defined dyslexia. Actually, Bergie, dyslexia is where your brain will flip certain... it actually makes it very difficult to do that sort of reading thing where you're just taking a snapshot of what you see because things get mixed up. So dyslexia is the opposite of what I said. Sorry, season 20 of Grey's Anatomy. You're chewing through that series very quickly. I think you were on like 19 last time. That's like 2 or 3 days. Greatness think alike Brave Plus. I avoided roasting for that one. I'm not gonna roast someone for misspelling a word. Some of y'all are watching on mobile and still taking the time to participate in chat. I will never punish that. I can't. I should only sit speaking absolutes, so I shouldn't say never. See, I did it myself. I said spiff, but then again, I'm talking, and I have to do that just all the time. Anyways, yeah. So, for those of you, by the way, who don't know that I do gaming streams as well, those are only on Twitch on Sundays. Man, Sundays was crazy. It was crazy. We basically, you can kind of. I've been playing Tears of the Kingdom, replaying it. I've played it before, but in 4K 60, and Twitch does do 4K 60, which is cool. Anyways, because of Switch too. Whatever. I'm saying Twitch as a streaming platform apparently can handle 4K 60 now, so that's what I've been streaming in on Sundays. But anyways, with that game, you can sort of watch little bits of the story as you play, or you can just save it all up. And I basically did that. And a lot of the story, we did most of the story on Sunday, and it was crazy. Like, it was a lot of fun doing it that way. And we see what this guy can fit into these budgets. Absolutely. If we get any people who need help, you never know. We have had recently a couple of streams where on one stream I helped like 2 people, and on the other stream no one was looking for help. So you never know. It makes me realize just how like crazy it is to do a stream where I rely on audience participation. But I've been doing this for years, and we never lack for anyone looking for help until just recently because of the sort of the slowdown with all that. Watch 2 episodes of Grey's Anatomy. When does it get good? I just got an ad for Unicorn Rainbow Toothpaste. Interesting. What on earth is that? You just said it's in the name. Okay. So that's Crystal. There you are. All right. See, already we have someone who filled out the form previously and is looking for help. Welcome back to the stream. We did just get started. So don't be surprised if it takes us a little bit to get to the PC matchmaking, but I'm glad you're back so we can do that for you. And it looks like a couple of people today have filled out the form. So that'll be interesting. Thomas Smith and Craigham have filled out the form. One of them was 11 minutes into the stream. And I see you there, Craigham. Awesome. There we go. So as we do this, the way that it works is you get help in order of when you filled out the form. So Subversa Crystal filled out the form on the 8th. Unless someone comes in who filled out the form before them, they are going to be first. I can go ahead and take out the one that was filled out for me. We can go ahead and just delete that row. There we go. We had someone 2 days ago, on Sunday, I guess, while I was doing the gaming stream, fill out the form, and there was Chado of Ishval. But yeah, Craigham, let me go ahead and this is what I'm doing. I'm just marking people down that have filled out the form and are here. So in order to do that, so first off, if you don't know, in order to fill out the form, just to begin with, basically, if you're watching on Twitch, Stream Elements just posted it. It posted every like 5 minutes in chat. Want help getting the right PC for your budget and needs? Fill out this form. And then at the end of that paragraph is a link. You click the link, fill out the form. On YouTube, you go to the description of the stream and fill it out there. There's a link. It's the first thing in the description. That takes you to the form. You fill that out. The form is designed to ask you questions that you should be asking yourself anyway before spending your hundreds or thousands of dollars on a PC. And I feel like a lot of people just say, tell me what to buy. Well, unless I know these things, I'm not going to do that. Anyways, then when you have filled out the form, and if you want to let me know you're here and you're waiting for help, the way you do that is in Twitch chat. It's super easy. As long as you hit follow for the Twitch channel, hit the follow button. That's free. You get some free emotes, custom emotes that we made for you. That one of them says I'm on the list. Drop that in chat the way Craigham did earlier, which it's already it's up there. It's a very, very top right. So you see the list. Well, it's the emote that says I'm on the list. Put that in chat. That way I know you're here, because I won't automatically know you're here. If you're watching on YouTube, just type @Braethorn, I'm on the list. If you have filled out the form and you are not, and you're here, but you're not going to tell me that you filled out the form and you're waiting, I'm not going to know, because I'm not going to go through. We have 204 entries here, and not all of them have been helped. So there's probably a good like 50 people out of that have not been helped. I'm not going to go every stream calling out for every one of those people. That would take up the entire stream, because then I would just start over. Like, no, we're not doing that. You got to let me know that you're here and that you're on the list. So, yeah, well, welcome back. Glad to have you back, Subversa. Let's go ahead and mark you down, and Craigham as well, because you did the thing. Let's see. Hope my 4070 Ti Super will last me a while. Matthew would 8. It absolutely should. Don't see why not. Remember this. Upgrading is optional until it isn't. Meaning, you don't have to upgrade anything until whatever you're using, or whatever software you're trying to run, or games you're trying to run that are like next gen, that kind of stuff, until it just doesn't run well enough. Then it's like, okay, I need to upgrade. Now, there are some upgrades that should be compulsory. Like if you're upgrading your GPU and it requires more power, you need to upgrade your power supply in order to match that if your wattage is not sufficient in your current power supply. But other than if it's just like GPU, CPU, RAM, things like that, if everything's running fine, don't touch it. Keep what you got. Keep your money in your wallet. So Matthew, you should be fine with that 4070 Ti Super. It's a powerful card. Let's see. Geez, that long ago. Oh, my budget changed to 2,500. That happens over time. That's not a problem. I can change that. And thank you for letting me know now and not 10 minutes into your session. I appreciate that. Craigum, you can also tell me and like give me the actual amount for yours, whatever the actual hard sort of maximum, the actual maximum amount you can spend on the PC itself, not including monitor, keyboard, mouse, all that stuff, and taxes and shipping, not including that. 1,400, cool. Yo, Igor 1980, thank you for the tier 3 sub and 20 months of support, 20-month streak. Let's go, nerds. And thank you for gifting 2 tier 1 subs to the community. That's a gifted sub for Great 1718 and X Amphi CS. Welcome to the Swarm. What's up, Igor? How you doing? How you been? Coffee won. Indeed it did. 8. Wow, 73%. Looks like a lot of people actually voted in that poll. That's cool. Really? Nobody drinks energy drinks? Like, seriously. You just get the ones that taste like juice and are, like, sugar-free. There you go. You're good to go. Like, to me, that's easier than, you know, the massive coffee and all that kind of stuff. I do like coffee. Don't get me wrong. I do. But this is just easier. Warm Eagle says, I would rather drink sugar than science, personally. Science is awesome. What are you talking about? Science is the best. Just got over COVID, now dealing with a lung viral infection. Igor, oh, are you kidding? Didn't you just get a clean bill of health, cancer-free? And now you just, wow. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you feel better soon. Energy drinks put you into, that's not a real word. That's a made-up word, Craigum. That's I don't know what that word is, so it can't be a real word. Anyways, I mostly drink flavored water, fizzy soda, and energy drinks. I mostly drink just sparkling, sort of naturally flavored waters, liqueur kind of stuff. But I mean, I deal with chronic fatigue syndrome, so I just need a boost in order to be this energetic guy that you guys come in to be hopefully entertained by. But Urkzilla, what's up? Thank you for commenting on that. And Warm Eagle, welcome in. Diet anything tastes so gross to me. I can't understand why people like it so much. Well, Warm Eagle, I mean, for one thing, you got people who are like diabetic who they want some kind of flavor, some kind of taste, something that they maybe grew up liking or really enjoyed, like Coca-Cola or whatever. And in order to not die but still enjoy some things, that's why you have stuff that's going to be sugar-free. I don't think that that's too weird. I think that's a pretty normal thing to want. I'm personally, and I'm not claiming that I'm diabetic. I'm not, but I'm just saying, like, that is an absolutely thing. Gave a coffee years ago and have never had an energy drink. That's good. That's good for you, Igor. Don't get on that. I'm not happy that I need to drink this stuff or that I need to take medication in order to function. But yeah. People have different taste buds. Y'all like cilantro. I hate it like soap. I love cilantro. It's the best. I'm sorry to hear that, Urkzilla. Fair enough. I don't have any health reason to avoid diet drinks other than the taste difference for me personally. Well, I mean, yeah, that's understandable. But just know that there are, Warm Eagle, believe it or not, there are other people out there. in different situations. But I'm not saying you're saying the opposite of that. It's a nice little reminder of that. What's going on, Elcard? Yeah, we're just chatting so far. We're going to be helping out Saversa Crystal first. What's up, Jolin? Cilantro tastes like ivory soap. I need to give ivory soap another chance then, because cilantro is delicious. Maybe I'll start eating some soap. Is it cheaper than cilantro? I don't know. Thanks, Braythorn. Sorry to hear about your condition, though. Yeah. Chronic CFS sucks, but there's sort of like different levels of it. I am not at the level of like Physics Girl, where although from what I understand, she's on the mend finally. Getting chronic fatigue syndrome from long COVID is horrible. I grew up feeling that way. Like, I wouldn't say grew up, but starting in my late teens, early 20s, it started to hit me. And I didn't know. For the longest time, it was undiagnosed because you can't really diagnose chronic fatigue syndrome. You can only rule out everything else that it could be. Thyroid, this and that, yada, yada, yada. Sleep studies, sleep apnea, all that stuff. I did all that. Did all those tests. It was really fun and enjoyable, probably. Cool. We have some this time. We do, Alucard. We have had a few every stream lately. There was just that one anomaly where there was nobody who needed help. Okay, so we're gonna get started. Oh my God, OMG, Physics Girl was bedridden for 2 years now. Yes, and apparently there is finally some improvement. Urzilla, thank you. It's just a fact of life for me, though. It's not something I caught from long COVID, like what happened to Physics Girl, and that means that she might be able to it might wane for her, which would be great. For me, it's just sort of the nature of who I am. But okay. Now, we did talk some about your build before. Saversa. So, yeah, you said Radio Shack on it. I remember that. What is this emote that keeps popping up? Vicky Ross. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. What's up, Bone Shocked? I don't know if I already said hi, but hi. Okay. Let's see here. So 2,500. You are in. You're looking at the Cambridge. Again, with the Micro Center. Every freaking build has been Micro Center. I swear. Like, if you just go over here and look at the links, there's a couple PC part picker, but no, Micro Center. Stop that. I hate how you hover for like a second, and then it just leaves it there. Anyways. Micro Center, Micro Center, Micro Center, Micro Center, Micro Center. This was, I think, a SkyTech, but no. Micro Center, Micro Center, Micro Center, Micro Center, Micro Center, Micro Center. It's just all freaking Micro Center builds, man. But what can I say? I mean, I can't not recommend it if you live near one. It's good. It's good. Especially if you have an issue with your PC. You don't have to ship it anywhere and wait for weeks. You just, although some SIs are faster, than they don't take weeks necessarily, just depending on the SI and depending on the severity of the issues. You just drop it into your car and just take it over there. Now, this is going to be a PC built by them. So that will, I need to double check this with you. That will include then a $250 same-day assembly fee. Now, are you including that in... Okay, there's an ad, so never mind. What's up, The Will? How's it going? Rurutu is too lazy to go to Micro Center. Interesting. A lot of streamers got their face with the Bob Ross hair. How did they get that? Is that something I can get? Or was it like a Twitch thing for like popular streamers? I blew up 3 of my USB ports this weekend trying to charge a friend's old vape. You tried to plug it into your computer? I would not do that. Sega, what's up, buddy? How's it going, dude? Brother, how you been? I hope all is well. Haven't talked to you in a minute, bro. Ad is complete. Okay. Subversa Crystal. So here's the thing. Micro Center is great for getting your PC built there, but they do charge a hefty fee because they build it same day as long as you place your order or make your purchase before, like earlier than 4 hours till closing. So before that. That fee is $250. What I need to know is whether you are including that in that $2,500 or you're considering it a separate cost and not part of, like, think of it like shipping almost. Because sometimes there are some places that will charge you $150 for shipping or more. And good brother, how are you? Just hanging in there, man. Hanging in there. Okay, so okay, so it is separate. So it's $2,500 for the PC. As shown right here. Got it. Sweet. I texted you. I know you're busy, Matt. Plan on an early schedule. You texted me? I have had a few people email me and say that they texted me and I didn't get it. I'm thinking it might be a SIM card issue. I've been meaning to go and get that replaced. So damn, there's the freaking another person who was trying. What carrier are you? Don't you know what? Don't tell me what carrier you're on. I don't know if that's really doxing yourself, but I've noticed that it's generally when it's a carrier that's not my own, like that, not the same as mine, because within that carrier, I don't have those issues. Peter, I was asking my buddy Sega there, who is a friend of the channel, a homie, a friend. We've traveled to shows together. He's helped me with content before, all that. Oh, sweet. Hold up. 1 second, because Igor 1980 just gifted a tier 1 sub to Subversa Crystal. Welcome to the swarm. Let's go, nerds. Thank you, Igor. That's very cool of you, buddy. Thank you. No more ads for them over on Twitch. That's very cool. Thank you for that. No wonder my texts weren't going through the. Okay, I think we just talk on Discord. So, but PAX, I think a few days or a week. Then, like a few months ago. Oh, okay. All right. Jesus. No. Okay. Yeah, I don't have AT&T. That's probably what it was. I'm sorry, bro. Like, I've never left you on red before like that. So I would not have done that on purpose. That's my bad. I'm gonna get that SIM card replaced. Or just get a phone that uses an eSIM. There you go. Not all heroes wear capes. Some wear tummy capes. What is it? Bergie, what is that? Is that a bib? That's a good point. Igor says to Subversa Crystal to refresh the browser, refresh the stream in case an ad comes back up because it might not recognize that you're subscribed now. But anyways, okay. All right. You needed a GPU at some point, right? That's I'm sorry, man. I think what it was, it's every time I freaking go to Vegas. I think I was going to CES at the time. You're going to PAX West this year? No, I don't have any plans to go to PAX West. The only way I would be going to PAX West is if it was going to be like basically of no cost to me. I'm more planning on going to. The only thing that's not CES or Computex that I'm pretty much guaranteed to go to is TwitchCon. I usually will go to that at my own expense just because that's kind of my favorite thing to go to. Other than Computex. Computex is the best, but you know. A friend has subscribed to the channel a little bit ago, but can't type in chat, says Anthony Brand. There's a delay, I think, Anthony, of 1 minute. Just 1 minute. And the reason for that is because what'll happen is we got basically botted and someone kind of raided the channel and did some harassment on the YouTube side of things. And if I'd had that requirement to subscribe and the 60-second delay, none of that would have worked because they were saying some pretty horrendous stuff. So it's something I have to have in place. Gonna try to go to TwitchCon? That'd be awesome. It was fun that one time Excluded went to TwitchCon. That was really cool. But TwitchCon's also easier for me now because my buddy Tim over there, He lives in San Diego. And I'm just gonna be staying with him. It makes it easier for me. He's a PC modder that lives over in San Diego. I don't want to be a pain. Got to leave him at 15 to meet with some friends. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't realize there was any time limit. So if anyone is like that, where your turn comes up and you're like, need to go, you do need to let me know right away, so that I don't just sit here yammering and chatting with chat. Yeah, let me get into this here. All right. So the location is Cambridge, Massachusetts. You are doing just gaming in 4K. This is going to be easy. You want a white build, though. That's awesome. I do. That's my personal favorite aesthetic there. Not too much RGB. Okay, so we're keeping it clean. And a budget of $2,500. Oh, Micro Center. Are you doing this? Radio Shack does not exist anymore, unfortunately. That was just trolling. That was just mean. That was just Micro Center seeing me and being like, "Oh, you can talk crap about our configurator." What do you think about that? It's like they heard you being like, "I gotta leave in 15 minutes." All right, so this is easy. We're just gonna do a bundle. We're gonna see the max GPU we can get you, because if you want a game in 4K, it is all GPU, except for very few titles that are still somewhat CPU dependent, like some real-time strategy games, Microsoft Flight Simulator. I hear Rust is very CPU dependent, but just games like that. Also, what did you say about upgrading your CPU over time? Yes, you're interested in upgrading your CPU over time, so we'll stick with AMD. If I'm still in my airline, I can try to help with flight, but get this done, brother. I'm going to leave you. All right. Sega, thank you for the lurk, my friend. I appreciate you. Yeah, I will. I'll try hitting you up. I think. Whatever. I'll reach out to you, bud. Yeah, an actual quote from Micro Center there. Okay. Baruchu and Bergie 5 just said hi, Tim. He's not here right now. That's someone else, but yeah. Okay, let's see. So you don't need a 9800X3D. That could be potentially wasting a couple $100 there. We could go with this 7800X3D, but I would say, ooh, chat. What about this? For 4K gaming, 7600X3D, and it's even got a motherboard that'll match the white build. What do we think, chat? For $419, motherboard, CPU, and RAM. You can only get the 7600X3D from Micro Center, and that's a pretty sick deal. The only thing that I kind of like more than that is this one that actually has the white motherboard for the build right here. It's a 9700X. It has a more expensive motherboard with the Gigabyte B650 Aorus Elite AX Ice. And this one costs a little bit more. But the 9700X, it's going to game just fine in 4K. It's just if there is a game that you're playing that is a little bit more CPU dependent, the 7600X 3D will beat the 9700X in gaming. Is a 9700X better than a 7600X 3D? At Photoshop, yeah, and other productivity stuff. At gaming, no. My problem is I didn't sort by price, but I usually do that. But that's actually a tough one. $459 versus $419. I asked before you noticed the 9700X. Interesting. That's fair. That's fine. All depends on what you're doing. Pretty much. 9600X. I don't see one with that as a choice. There is the 7600X 3D or the 9700. Okay, you want that one? All right. Okay. So this is a motherboard that's going into that white system. It's going to look really good. I know we need to rush a little bit. I am sorry. But there you go. That's going to look sick in the system. There you go. It's a full ATX motherboard. Good I/O on that too. Now let's see. Video card. Let's do that next. Disable compatibility filter because it's dumb. I'm seeing a lot of 9070 XTs in white, which is nice. But the 9070 XT is not a high-end graphics card. It is upper mid-tier. And it can do 4K, but once you go with certain games, if you're trying to play like AAA titles, ray tracing, all that stuff, a 5070 Ti will beat a 9070 XT. That's what I'm leaning towards if we can find a white one. And we can't, it seems. Well, they not have any 5070 Ti's? Where the hell are they? Oh, well, there's this one. It is in black and gray, like a gunmetal gray color. 5080? All right, it's going to be eating more into your budget there. But also, I don't know if there was a white 5080. Now, there's a black and silver one. Yeah, there's no white 5080 in stock. There is this one that has sort of a bronze color to it. The 5080 Inspire 3X. But also, honestly, I'm going to tell you this. The 5080 is not a good price for performance increase over the 5070 Ti. It's going to cost you like $500 more and give you not much more performance. They have the same amount of VRAM at 16 gigs. Silver's good. All right, well, if it's a 5080 you want, I can't stop you. Let's see what total we're at, though. 1809. We should be able to build the rest of this PC. Bragging rights, though, $500 for bragging rights. Okay, that's your money. No, yeah, I got you. I got you. Can't you sort by color? Sometimes. But the thing is, sometimes when they're classifying these cards, they'll put white, silver, or something like that. Yeah. Does motherboard have a 7-segment display? No. This one does not, I believe. This is the B650 version. It does not. And I complain about that all the time. I don't like that. It's not that expensive of a component, but the thing is they want to differentiate their product stack by not having features like that on everything. You got a 2 terabyte Inland Performance Plus M.2 drive. There we go. Let's see. Now the case, you said you don't want too much RGB. Could go with a Montec XR. Well, let's just pick the color for the case and see how it sorts out. Let's go with white. There we go. Let's go by, I never go by highest price. What do we got there? Of course, Y70 Touch Infinite pops right up. $439. Good Lord. They got the Light Base 600 LX. That is a lot of RGB. Not what you were asking for. I wish I'd had a chance to check out the H9 Flow RGB. Because that has like the H6 Flow angled thing. But I don't work with NZXT anymore, so that ain't happening. There's the Antec Flux Pro that has the white with a little bit of wood trim on it. Height Y70 normal is not within budget because 5080. Enjoy those 5080 bragging rights. We still have to get you power supply, CPU cooler, other stuff. So height Y, because a Y70 comes with 0 fans. Then you got to buy all the fans. So you basically opted yourself out of the Y70. Which is fine. I mean, there's other great looking cases. There's the Y60. That's true. I would not use a Y60 with a 5080. That's going to be a chunky card. And one of the things they fixed with the Y70 was accommodating thicker cards. The Y60 only accommodates a 3-slot card, and then that cooling solution is right up against the glass. I'm trying to go through this really quick. Please don't think I'm being dismissive with you. I am really just... Ooh, Evolve X2, though. Hold up. Only if they have the Fantex cooler, but look at this thing. Look at that. Okay, I will hydrate. Sure. But what's up, Gary? How you doing? No fans also for this, but it's also like $100 or $150 cheaper than the Y70. That accommodates some fans for sure. Let's see. What else we got? The Landcool 3 is, at this point, not as fresh and new as it was when it was new, right? And it's a very heavy case. It has that right side glass for no reason. There's a new H7 Flow right there. Zintech, what's up? Let's just look at the last few here. Let's see. The Lian Li CG237 is a new case from Lian Li. That's an option. The Montech HS01 Pro is insane, and I would love to get a good look at this case. Like this, I'm not insane. There's crazier cases from Montech, for sure. But this takes that standard form factor, front mesh, rear exhaust, and it adds just a little bit more flair. I love my Landcool 217. That is a very nice case, for sure. So this is the new Montech case here, HS01 Pro. It's really nice looking. Like, this is a sick looking case. It doesn't have the front glass in the clear corner if that's something you want, but this takes that front intake, bottom intake, top and rear exhaust kind of situation, and it goes to an extreme with it. It's really cool. It includes 5 of those fans, by the way. With 3 of the bottom ones, the 3 bottom ones should be reverse flow, and they're kind of tucked away and hidden. What's up, Gamer Kid? How's it going? I'm on Lian Li 011 Dynamic. Classic. This thing's $129. It comes with 5 fans. That's really nice. Yeah, it definitely has a unique look to it. I like this case a lot. All right, let's do it. You got it. We've only got a couple of these, so get them while you can. There's 5 in stock. Now, here's the thing. You have an opportunity because Micro Center, when you go there, like I would go there, place the order, and then go do something else for a few hours, right? Then come back and pick it up. Because they have something you can never get from online shopping. Most of the cases they have in stock are out on display, and you'll be able to see them in person. So we don't need to lock in the case necessarily. This is just a suggestion from me. PSU. 5080, so 1,000 watts minimum is what I would do. I do kind of wish we were doing a dual chamber case so I could use the Lian Li power supply, but that does not work in a standard setup for a power supply. So let's narrow this down to 1,000 watts or higher. We'll throw in 1,200. See if any of these come in with a special deal or anything. Let's see what we got. That's right. Alucard mentioned something important. You can get an open box deal as well. There on some of the parts. You might find some parts on open box, including GPUs. So, you know. RM1000E should do the job. Cybernetics Gold, ATX 3.1. There you go. Almost there. Now we got to go with the liquid cooler. We went with Montech for the case, so the fans are Montech. Let's go with a Montech AIO. If they have the right size. And they do. Nice. Now, you said not too much RGB. This is going to have a lot of RGB, but if it's too much, you can turn it off. That is almost everything. I feel like I'm forgetting something. I'm not, but I feel like I am. Now, okay, so a couple things. Yes, we are under budget. That means that if you want to go with the higher end case, you totally can. I was a little concerned, but going with the Montech cooler saved a decent amount. It's like half the price of a lot of other brand AIOs with a lot of the same tech. I mean, it's all Asetek anyway. So here's the deal. You're going to need Windows for this. It costs $120 to get a retail license for Windows. Instead, ask them to install Windows 11 Home, but do not activate it. You can just never activate it if you don't want to and run it that way. Or if you want to have it activated, get rid of that little watermark in the bottom right of your screen. You can go to my sometimes YouTube sponsor VIP CDK deals and get a key for Windows 11 Home for like 20, 25 bucks. Details on that are on the last episode of System Integrators Weekly. And we'll everything, if they want to continue sponsoring me with the series continuing in the next videos coming up. But that's it. There you go. So here's what we got to do. I was going to make a Hackintosh. Go for it. Let us know how that turns out. So here's what you got to do. I'm going to send you this link. I need you to click this link, and then I need you to go in and save this build. Now, you can add it to cart, I think, unless there's parts that are in-store only. I think the case was in-store only. And then that it won't add to cart properly. So it'll prompt you to either save, to either create a Micro Center account if you don't already have one, or log into your Micro Center account if you're not logged in. If you are logged in, none of those things will happen, and you'll just save the build. Okay? Please do this before you leave. I need confirmation that you've done this, because if I do another Micro Center build, this one is gone. Because I don't save it. Gary flexing the member emotes over on the YouTube side. I see you. I see you. All right, you saved it? All right. Well, there you go. Thank you for the lurk, and have a good time. Be safe out there. Also, consider this. Consider taking some of the savings and putting it towards a 2 or 3 year system protection. Could be worth it. Okay. Yeah, their warranty when they build it for the same day builds, not super great. Okie dokie. So that's that one done. That's one of the quicker Micro Center builds I've done. You light a fire under me like that, like, hey, I got to go in 15 minutes. I will do my best. Another quality build. It is. That one came out good. I like that bundle with the 9700X. I really like the motherboard they used. It's going to look beautiful on that build. Zintek says, I want Arctic 3 non-RGB AIO, but I usually leave my computer on in sleep mode, but not hibernation. I don't really want RAM that basically is RGB. You don't want RAM? You're going to need it to run your system. Just saying. Maddie Son, what's going on? Hope you're well. I hope you're well. Look at these mutual well wishes. How's it going? Okay. So, Craigum, if you're still here, no one else has come out and said that they have filled out the form and that they're waiting, so you would be next. I'm thinking non-RGB RAM. I got you. Craigum is here. Okay, Craigum, please tell me, oh, you said 1400 earlier, I think. Let me see. Let me scroll up and verify. I just didn't type it in. Yo, Triple B, what's going on? I'm thinking, yeah, non-RGB RAM was the request. Well, the thing is, they started with the Arctic 3 non-RGB AIO, so that was confusing for me. So I do not know. How was your weekend? The weekend was pretty good. Yeah. We went and we actually got to go and watch Superman. I haven't gone to the movies in a while, but we went and watched Superman. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I thought it was fantastic. Some pacing issues. I thought the start of the movie was kind of lame. It was very awkward the way they started the movie, but after a bit, I got into it. And a lot of the casting was just perfect in that movie. Probably my favorite character though from the movie was definitely Captain Hammer. And he definitely got an upgrade to his powers too. I do apologize for the confusion. The autocorrect is driving me crazy. I feel you. No worries. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Hey, Alucard, guess what? You get to do a poll. See, Peter has a new hobby, making us set up polls. I did the first one. You got this one. Superman movie based on trailers seems to hint on the old school Superman movies. Is that true? Yes. A little bit more comedy, honestly, which I love. It was fantastic. Some of the comedic beats were just chef's kiss. Super good. But yes, the pacing was, to me, pretty bad. Where it like rushes certain parts like crazy, and then it lingers on other ones. Like it wants to make out with that section of the story. I'm not really familiar with Montech. Are they new? They've been around for a few years now. Or a while now, yeah. They're pretty good. There was a big glow up for Montech. Montech was just purely budget cases, and now they're making some of my favorite on the market, period. And I told them that at Computex. It was great. I need to send them an email, actually. Bergie, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate you. Nice. I'm hoping to get to see it in the drive-thru with the family next week. Nice. Yeah, we don't have a drive-in, so pretty awesome. Drive-ins are great. I imagine they're really cool now because you should like it'd be cool if you could they just do like the audio, because they used to have just a tiny speaker. Then they would do it through a certain like very closely broadcasting over radio. You play through your car speakers. Yeah. Oh, it's good then. Cool. I'm a Soups fan. Been wondering about the new one. I appreciate the opinion, Bray. No problem. If you don't mind pacing issues, yeah, you're gonna like. I mean, it wasn't so bad that it was super distracting. There was also something that they did with the character of Jimmy Olsen that to me felt super forced. And not like a spoilery type of thing. It's the way that other characters reacted to his character. Let's put it that way. That I was like, why is this a thing? This is really weird. But then it turned out to be for a plot device. And I was like, all right, I get it. I got a job here while here in Massachusetts, counselor at a tech camp. That's super cool. Very cool. A tech camp. What is a tech camp? Did Alucard get my message about the poll or not? I don't know. They might. Alucard tends to multitask here. We have a driver anymore. Last time we went, it was hard because the other movie playing on screen 2 was so loud you couldn't hear the one you were watching. See, for me, like, I mean, I'm used to. I'm not used to where they have just really loud speakers. It's usually played through your car in some way, either hanging a speaker on your door, your window, or something from the old style, or going through your sound system in your car. You're supposed to build 10 PCs today. How'd that go? All right, Craigum, let's get started with this. So what we're doing for you is a parts list. And we're doing gaming at 1440p, easy enough. It's another white build. Thank you for that. Why is my other PC restarting? That's odd. Okay, whatever. I think... Oh, good. Windows updates. You better not do that to this PC. I will flip out. Anyway, I think this is charged now. One had a kid playing with a PSU. One had a kid throwing it down the stairs. Out of the 10, 7 of them got bent pins. If it's kids, I would have taken over the seating the CPU. I would probably have done that myself. Only got one built. Good Lord. Done playing games well. Thank you for that. I appreciate it, Alucard. Like I said, I figured you might be multitasking. I've been meaning to ask this. Alienware have good monitors. Monitors are one of the only good things Alienware makes, honestly. Okay, so Craigum, yes. Doing a parts list. So gaming, 1440p, white build, $1,400. Not too much RGB. You want to be able to upgrade your CPU down the line. AMD. Got it. No, they bent the pins by themselves. They put their finger in the motherboard and bent the pins. That makes me upset on your behalf. So 1440p gaming. Let me ask you this, Craigum. what kind of games are we talking about here? Are you talking about like AAA titles, story-driven games, things like that? Are you talking about things with a lot of ray tracing? Or are we talking about esports titles or first-person shooters, high frame rate stuff? What are we looking at? Bird and Bandit, what's up? How's it going? Alienware looks good, but I feel like it's not very durable. Which products are we talking about? Durable? Another old 8th gen Intel CPUs. Yeah. See, that's when you want to have PGA, not LGA. Although PGA, they can just bend those pins too, but they're a little bit more robust than land grid array motherboard pins. Chado Vishwal, what's going on? Welcome. I'm currently helping the person. They entered the form after you, but they were here, so we're helping them out. You can be next. I just need you to do me a favor and follow the process everybody else had to do and find the emote that says I'm on the list. Drop that in chat, and I'll mark you down. Esports titles, League, Marvel Rivals, and such. Okay, we'll try to get you a decent CPU in here. There we go. Maybe a 7800X 3D. That might be the way to go. Well, I mean, that's the thing is we need to focus on the GPU at 1440p and higher. That's still going to be the most important one. All right, cool. Thank you very much. Bam and bam. There you go. But we are currently helping out Craigum here. But welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here. Looks like you filled out the form during the Sunday gaming stream. Am I right? What's up, Ameridan? How's it going? I can't vote. I don't shop at any of those places. Oh, okay. The poll. That's right. Yes, I did. Awesome. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Wait. Oh, yeah. It's just listed. No price because you can't buy it. Why is it on here? That's annoying. Freaking, if Micro Center does that with the 9600X 3D, I'm going to be very upset. Oh, it's all the way at the top. Okay. $341 out of a $1,400 budget is pretty tough. We're going to start with a 7600X or 7700X. I looked at the 7700 and it's just like it's more expensive than the 7700X right now, which is crazy. Yeah, it's $255. 7700X is $227. That might actually be worth the price here since it's 8 cores, 16 threads, but I mean, you're just gaming. So let's go. Actually, 9600X is probably the way to go. Posture check. Sure. What's up, Get Right Jay? How's it going? Great. Just let you know I just submitted my form. All right, sounds good. I don't see it. It's not here. It didn't show up for some reason. You might want to make sure. And also, Steve, if it's just at Bray, it will not highlight it for me. It has to be the full name, unfortunately. It's because you can't buy from retailers. They don't include Micro Center for places to shop. But I don't know why they include the product if you can't get it through the list. We're doing a white build, right? Okay. Go full ATX. And then sort by price. What are the limitations on the B840? I don't know. Not bad for the Asus ROG Strix board here. That's actually a pretty good price for that. Not usually something you'd see. Is it on sale? No. Decent IO too. Yeah. All right. Nice job, Asus. Not bad, not bad. Okay, so far we're at 354 with motherboard and CPU. We'll go with RAM. DDR5 6000 CL30 is pretty much the sweet spot that we want to hit here. For Zen 5. I need to put the capacity. My bad. My bad. T by 16. 32 gigs should do it. The only thing we want to make sure of is that it does, like the G-Skill Flare, it has Expo, and the Ripjaw's not. We are getting up there in price, higher than I wanted to. Not a Micro Center build? Nope, but still not an SI build. I'm telling you guys, it's... there we go. There's your form. Got it. More Micro Center. Oh, but I don't want you don't want to get the PC there. Interesting. We'll have to look at that one afterwards. But first, we're going to be taking care of. After we do this one, then it's going to be Chado Vishal. Then it would be you, Jay. Dirt Shooter, what's up? Gary Lee says that Twitch emotes are way better than YouTube. Yep, they are. Agreed. YouTube is not about the emotes. See, every one of these brands needs to do what G-Skill's doing here and put the AMD Expo logo on these. If it has that. Oh, it's okay if it's not white RAM. That'll be fine. We'll do this. This is fine. Because the motherboard in that segment is not in white. So it'll just blend into this part right here. We'll get to this in a second. Let me do the GPU first. Okay, 1440p. You are playing... Oh, wow, we have a three-way tie between Temu, Wish, and Newegg. They're just all bad. Okay. Silicon Power works with Expo. Burton Bandit, are we sure that every single kit of RAM from Silicon Power works with has an Expo profile included? We're sure that every kit has that. I don't know that. I don't know. Yeah, that'd be great and good to know. But that's what I'm saying. They need to label that. Show the XMP and Expo icons on the picture and put that on there. Okay, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm chilling, man. You got it. All right. Okay, I think for this one, a 9070 XT will do the job quite nicely. So let's look for that. All AMD all the time. There we go. Because of the games you said, you stated that you would be playing esports titles, League, Marvel Rivals, and such. I think that's going to work great. Got the XFX Swift right there. If we can fit it in the budget, by the way, because, of course, it was supposed to be a certain price, and we're just not getting those prices. Lowest priced card that's going to match the build is this ASRock Steel Legend. Let's try to fit this in the build if we can. We're almost out of budget now, and we need a case, a power supply, and a CPU cooler. So 9070 instead of a 9070 XT. Let's do that. That is also primed for 1440p gaming as well. Just 9070 XT is just a little higher than that. A little higher end than that. Of course, they could just not have 9070s in stock. That'd be sick. Cool, thanks. So they have a couple, but it's going to stand out against the build. It's going to be a black card and a white build. I don't know what else to tell you, but it does need to fit within the budget. And it's still 16 gigs of VRAM, so that's nice. Popularity DIY is growing. That's a shame. Newegg is fine for parts depending on where you look. Yeah. PC Part Picker needs to list them to be easier. Yeah. What's going on, T-Ty? Ty, what's up? How's it going? 9060 XT 16 gig. I mean, this will work better for 1440p. So we're going to go with that. Yeah. And they've got it, so. Okay, the black card, cool. It has 2 GPUs on there now. Oops. Storage. We'll do a 1 terabyte NV3 in there. $58. This thing has solid speeds as well. It's PCIe Gen 4. There you go. Now we have enough money for a case and a power supply, and a CPU cooler, because the 9600X does not come with a CPU cooler. So let's talk about the case. Now, tell me if I'm saying this wrong. I'm looking at YouTube chat right now. Vieth, is that correct? Just join, and sorry if this cuts any line, but do you think there's a world? There is a world you can build a 5080 and 9000 X3D and cost less than an SI. Do you live near a micro center? But also, I don't think the 5080 is a good price to performance choice. It's like usually about $500 more than the 5070 Ti. That pretty much keeps up, is just behind it in a lot of games. You're talking about single digit performance difference in frames per second. So a same amount of VRAM too at 16 gigs. So I prefer the 5070 Ti over the 5080 regardless. I had that in this system here, tested it for weeks and weeks. Every game in 4K ran flawlessly. So 5070 Ti is my goat for the 50 series of GPUs, if you can find it for a decent price. Now let's talk about the case. So we're going to look at white cases. All right, narrow that down quite a bit. So here's the main question. Craigum, do you want an aquarium style case, sort of the fish tank style, not aquarium, fish tank style case with a glass front panel and side panel? Or do you want the mesh front panel, standard front intake, top rear exhaust kind of thing? What are you thinking there? $1,500 for a 5080. I'd rather go for a used 4090. I mean, if you can get it for that price. 5080 will beat the 4090 in quite a few things, including productivity stuff, believe it or not, unless it is specifically VRAM related. 5080 does beat the 4090 in several video editing tasks and things like that. But just speed-wise, architecture-wise. But once you get to VRAM-dependent stuff, AI, all that kind of stuff, yeah, the 4090 will surpass it. Mesh front? All right, cool. A new Montec case has entered the chat. There's the X5 right there. And that looks pretty slick. I like it. I like it. Are we down with this? I'm down with this. 4 included fans. A nice pattern on the mesh. It gives it some strength and all that. Let's go with that. $75 with fans included. I think that's a pretty sweet deal. And Montec has good build quality. I mean, they make good cases. Let's see. Power supply. If we can do a white one that'll come with white cables, then I'll do that. If not, that's not always going to be a possibility. I would say I always overdo it on the power supply, and I am aware of this, and I do it on purpose. It's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it when it comes to wattage capacity for the power supply, the capabilities of it. So let's see. The A850GL PCIe 5 from MSI should do the trick, but that's 132. Let's see if we can go a little lower than that for 850 watts. Let's narrow it down by watts here real quick. Where's that? That's here. Wattage. Let's go to 850. I'm going to do 850, even 9700, 9070 rather. 9700. Unfortunately, they should have called it that, but they didn't. Now, if we narrow it down there and we search by price here, and then we skip a lot of the really cheap stuff. Thermaltake Tough Power GT. Fully modular, 109. Let's take a look at this one here. Tough Power GT. I think this is the one that it's newer, so it's not on the list yet. We might need to look on... full list. There we go. Tough Power GT. Now, these are ratings that are, they're preliminary ratings, but it's a B or B minus for the GT. Let's see what version. The Snow version here has a B minus and a B. So 850 watt gets a B minus. I'm okay with that. Gold efficiency. It has, you know, up-to-date connectors in case you go with a 50 series card at some point. Okay. I'll take that. I would go with a different case. The fans are proprietary with a connector that does not let you use anything else with them if you want them all to sync. There's a lot of fan manufacturers that do that a la carte, and they usually will include an adapter. Does this not have a splitter to 5-pin? I'm not 5-pin, to 3-pin, 5-volt. Dragonfire, Braithorn, what do you think is the best white PC case? I personally am still really hooked on the Montech King 95. But if you're not putting any qualifiers, like one that isn't too big or front mesh or whatever, that's my verdict there. But also the Fantex Evolve X2 is probably currently the best looking white and silver case out there, pretty much. It does not include them. Okay, well, see, here's what I was going to do, Alucard. I was going to put in a Montech cooler. So it shouldn't be a problem. Only SATA cable connections to the fans with the reset switch included on one of the fans. So it does not connect to the motherboard as an option from the fan hub. Like that's how like the Montech cases I've worked with have done it, including the King 95. No mobile connection at all. All right. Sure. Have you built in that thing or what? Sky 2 GX, not a bad choice. Might need a rear fan for it though, and it might have the same issues with the fans. I don't know. And now I trust nothing. Hold on, let me keep looking here a little bit. Lankel 207 is pretty nice. Oh, no, I believe... what did I do? I deleted it, you know? All good. I appreciate the input. All right, let's go Fantex. Fantex XT Pro Ultra. It's a little bit more expensive, but Fantex makes a really nice case. But isn't there another version of this? Do they not have that listed on here? I don't see it. I think they're discontinuing these, so you get them while you can. Is my take on that. The 903 Max is good to work with, though. How big is that in comparison to the other one? Also, I'm not a big fan of the fan not matching the other fans, but I don't know. Let me get the Craig, and what do you think about this one here? Three 140s in front is that is nice. That is always nice. I believe I've recommended this one before. It's just I do want the input from the actual viewer. What do you think about the look of this one? Does this work for you? You okay with this? All right, cool. Now we need to get a cooler. We're at 1317. Now we don't need a big cooler to cool a 9600X. We could go with an air cooler if we want. Or we can go with a fairly low-cost AIO, and there are options for that. Let me actually see if Montech pops up here. They do. There's the Hyperflow AirGB 360. That one would do the trick. You could also run the 240 if you want with that 9600X. But it may put us a little tiny bit over budget. It is overkill for the 9600X, to be clear. An air cooler would do just fine for that. But, yeah. Okay. Thermalright then. That's going to be the way to go. Also, Thermalright has really good deals on some of their AIOs too. Let's just bring up that brand in general. Peerless Assassin SE White ARGB should look awesome and do the job. But there's also, if you want, the Aqua Elite V3 360mm AIO. Now here's the thing. Alucard here, yeah, that's exactly what I gravitated towards. This is my thinking on overdoing it on the cooler. This question right here. Do you plan on upgrading your CPU over time? That 360 can handle pretty much any CPU. There's a newer version of it? Okay, I'll look at that. That's the V3. There it is. Oh, it's 50. It's 52. Showing as on the V4. Upgraded from my 3070 to a 5070. Nice. Okay. Was content with 3070, but 8 gigs was starting to give me issues. Yeah. What resolution are you playing at, Casey? And welcome to the stream, by the way. Yo, Power GPU, what's up? It has been a minute. How have you been in these trying times? How have things been going for you? I'm happy to hear you're busy. That is excellent to hear. Some other SIs in your space have not been as busy, unfortunately. So I'm happy to hear that you guys are. Seriously. I don't know if you heard, but Viral had to shut their doors. It sucks. But I'm happy. It's good to know that you guys are working hard over there. Yeah. No, for real. It happened a month ago, a little over a month ago. There's your build. We are $30 under budget. There you go. Craigum, what do we think? Now, the one thing about this this motherboard is you will have to do a BIOS update to version 2613 or newer in order to support the 9600X. I'm going to double check. The motherboard itself should have a BIOS flashback button, but of course, ASUS doesn't like to give pictures of their rear I/O on their motherboards because they typically like to put good I/O behind a paywall. But let's see what we got. Yeah, it does. That's what, like, it's been weighing heavily on my mind, wondering how all the SIs are doing out there. So I'm happy to hear that you're doing well and things are going well. Yeah, there you go. See this right here? Yeah, Viral Tech. They believe. Fun fact about them: they were in my my first panel that I ever hosted. They were part of it. It was them, Alexander PCs, King from iBuyPower, and who else was there? I think that was it, because it was two of them from Viral Tech. Never heard of them. We've had them. We've done a couple of configurations on stream for them. $30 under budget means a pack of streamer cables. Ty, have you not looked at the price of streamer cables? Good Lord, they are very expensive. Okay. So Craigum, here's what you got to do. The thing about having a BIOS flashback button, it means that because you can't power this thing on with that CPU with the base BIOS that this comes with. But you don't have to have the CPU in there or the RAM. You can essentially just, as long as the motherboard has all the power stuff hooked up, power on basically you put your BIOS on a flash drive, plug it into here. There's instructions on how to get it right, to where it's like on the root drive, the file that you need is named properly. It's on the root of the flash drive. And then you go through the BIOS flashback here, and it will flash the BIOS without needing CPU or RAM installed in the system. There you go. I have not. Everything's just going up in price. Sheesh. Oh, no, well, I mean, streamer cables have always been a luxury item for sure. 4K, but 1440p as well, depending on title. My PC is a living room PC on a 98-inch TCL. That's a crazy TV, Casey. Wow. I will say that at 4K, the 5070 can run out of steam because of the 12 gigs of VRAM. In my testing, that's what I found. And that's when I would normally push it up to a 5070 Ti. And with a 5070 Ti, there's not a single 4K game that I had a problem running. It ran everything, which is why I usually push people who are looking at the 5080 to the 5070 Ti instead, because it can be about a $500 price difference for very similar performance and same amount of VRAM and all that. Cable extensions, at least. Right. Can do that. Okay. So this looks good. It has BIOS flashback button. We're good there. We'll go ahead and save this build, and I will share it to you. Craigum? How do you feel about it? Skeeter, what's up? Welcome. Okay. And then we go here. Bam. And oh, that's right. We had Get Right J. Go ahead and put that. Let me go ahead and mark you down as being here. So it's going to be Chado of Ishval next. Or it's Chado of Ishval. I got that. It took me a second to get it, though. Why is that in bold? That bothers me. Greg, am you good? Whoa, is this... Peter, I have a question for you. Like, you'll be chatting, you'll be in chat for a while, and then you'll be like, hi. Do you forget that you're here? Is that a thing? It's not a problem if that's the case or something, or if you just like to say hi. Because that's fun. That's fine. I'm curious about that. I don't necessarily see anyone else doing that. So it's a unique thing about you, and that's fine. After fixing my defective IQ cooler, mobile became defective and I sent it back. We'll explain more. Hopefully, eventually will be done soon. Timsters, or not Manway. I'm sorry to hear that. That sounds annoying. As long as they get you fixed up, though. Oh, Jesse, not you now. Not you too. No. I don't mind that. Look, anybody who hangs out for this and likes to hang out for this, y'all are a blessing, man. And understand, if I point out a behavior, I'm like, I noticed that you do this. I'm not, whatever. Like, you're hanging out, you're chatting. This is fun. Like, we're having a good time, and I appreciate you. Just understand that. I just make observations. Thought you're talking to me, LMAO. Every time you say something to Peter, I think it's me. Well, I call you Skeeter, not Peter. Okay. Okay. Let's see. So now Shadow Vishful. Okay. Yeah, so it took me a second to get that name, but I got it now. Okay. Shadow, I need you to help me out here. For the budget, you chose a range of $2,000 to $2,500. We need to get an actual solid number out of that. So what in that range is your actual maximum budget for the PC? Like a solid, the maximum amount of money dollars you can spend, not a range. So I can change that in here, like I have been for most of these. I guess there's somewhere I didn't do that, and I don't know why. 2,200. No, I think you mentioned that before. I got you. Tell you thank you, and it goes to ad. Well, that's how you're thanking me, I guess. Watching an ad. Because Twitch pays me so much money for those. Jesse, though, tell me what are y'all what kind of stuff are y'all working on right now? Because I feel like at some point you'll take me seriously when I say I want to do a review unit. I want to do a system review with you guys. At some point you'll be like, wait, he wasn't kidding? He's not joking? What? Someday. We'll get there. Eventually. It's you and Stints build. We've been doing this song, and I've been doing the same song and dance with them for a couple years now. Okay, so Shadow, looking at a pre-built system for gaming, graphic design, and music production. Interesting combination of things there. Very fun. Okay, and an ultra-wide monitor. Interesting. And you want a lot of RGB. And okay, so let us know. We are here for you when you're ready. Oh, that's you're talking to Alucard. Okay, my bad. You gave me a false alarm there. It was a false alarm, everybody. False alarm. Yeah, none of the 5070 Ti's fit the length I needed. I almost just went with a $630 open box 7900 XT. Dan A4H20. That's a nice case. That is a nice case. Yeah, my 4080 Super wasn't showing up too. Oh, so the GPU wasn't showing up. Okay, yeah, that sounds like a fault. So yeah, motherboard issue then. Yeah. If there were other things as well, and it's not recognizing the GPU, potentially. It's really hard for me to just like hear a few sentences, read a few sentences in chat, and diagnose a PC. But I'll say this. As long as you work with iBuyPower's customer service, they're pretty well regarded within our community as taking care of the issue. Sometimes there's just repeat issues that can happen. True. And that sucks. Computers are computers. That's how they're gonna be. So yeah. Yes, I like to dabble in various forms of art. I am ready. Very cool. Okay. So the thing is, you are interested in being able to upgrade your CPU over time. So that leads me to go with some, and you also want to do graphic design. Now, let me ask you this specifically, Shadow, do you use Photoshop as part of your endeavor to dabble? Endeavor to dabble. Oof, wow, that's an interesting combination of words. I just like Power GPU because Jesse has such a great presence on Twitter, always being a chill guy. I remember when I first spoke with Jesse, I said, you know, I haven't covered you guys because I don't feel like you need me to cover you. Like, you have such a strong social media presence and you're so well known. It's almost like I would feel like I'm stepping on your toes by but that was very early for me. That was very early for me when I realized, like, no, I should talk about this stuff because, like, it's almost a service I provide for the SIs, not just their potential customers. Because, I mean, after I talked to you guys, I was like, you guys need to have a configurator, man. Like, you know, just put that up there. And they did. And that was cool. That was one of the first times I straight up said something to a system integrator, and they were like, yeah, all right. I was like, I could just do that? Sometimes, not regularly. Okay. The reason I say that is the 9700X currently is the top performing consumer desktop CPU for Photoshop. Photoshop just loves 8-core, 16-thread AMD CPUs. Jesse, did you hear about the potentially Zen 6 and them upping the number of cores per CCD to 12? That's a game changer for AMD, if you ask me. Especially because it can't manage to run more than one CCD if you're playing a game. And if you're a gaming streamer and you like to do things, run things during your stream that like to use CPU cores, oops, your 9950X3D just became a 9800X3D. Uh-oh. The most important thing is gaming. The other luxuries can be sacrificed. Interesting. Okay. Well, I'm going to give you extra RAM. And the reason is, that's not going to help you much with Photoshop, but depending on the kind of music production you're doing, as a someone who used to be do amateur music production myself, it was just for fun. It was a hobby. I know RAM is critically important if you're going to be doing something like running a lot of tracks with a lot of sampled instruments, because those samples need to stay on your RAM because they need to be accessed like that. So every time you hit that MIDI keyboard, it can play that sort of, that sampled violin or whatever you're using. So extra RAM for you, probably 64 gigs. I remember when back before I did, when I was just doing amateur music production just for fun here and there, I hadn't really upgraded my PC I'd had for a while. I was hurting for RAM. Yeah. So, okay. You're looking for price to performance rather than a boutique build. Okay. That's one question that I'm glad I asked, that I added to the forum, because it really narrows down what SIs I look at. I look at ones that are more oriented towards price to performance then, or it's a good excuse to go to a boutique builder. So let's see. What are we going to do? Jesse, don't get mad at me if I don't go to Power GPU, because I consider y'all a boutique builder. That's just the level of quality and customer service y'all put into it. I don't know how, but at Walmart, they have 700X3D, 97XT, 32 gig RAM system for $1,500. Casey, I would say still not worth it because it's Walmart. Also, RAM slot 2 was not showing up, and slot 4 was showing up, so he said, I buy PowerTech, probably a MOBO issue. That could be how the CPU is mounted and how level the pressure on the CPU is. There could be bad contact between the pad and the pin for causing that memory issue between the pads and a few pins. A few pads and pins. Pins and pads. John Paul Bacon, welcome. How's it going? And Fowler, welcome. Okay. So we're looking for price to performance, a high volume builder here. So let's see. Oh, guys, I do have some big news for you. Something that has been a long time coming. I'll come out here for it. One of my biggest complaints about Skytech was how god-awful slow their website was. Well, they just basically had it rebuilt from scratch. It looks very similar, but they had it all redone. And it is way faster now. Also, King himself gaming, what's up? I didn't say hi to you earlier, my bad. Is RTX 3000 laptop goodbye in 2025 like the RTX 3070? Make sure not to put a price there. I don't know if it's a multiple $1,000s, maybe not. I mean, if it's used, is it new, used? What is it? I don't really look at laptops too much. You have to remember that 3070 is not equivalent to a desktop 3070 when it's the mobile chip. I've noticed 95% of the time when a GPU doesn't display, it's always been the MOBO. I would disagree. It can also be power delivery to the GPU. It can be your cable. It can be the monitor. It can be a number of things, or the GPU itself as well. And honestly, GPUs die. Like, that happens. So yeah, they had to kickstart their hamsters on the website to work. They got new hamsters. That's what it is. What's up, Adam? How's it going? Welcome. So let's take a look at that. I didn't mean to do it that way. No. There we go. Okay, $2,200 budget. Okay. Yeah, look at how this just loads right up. Bam, look at this. There we go. Look at how fast that is. It's so much better. It was so slow. Also, freaking Geometric Future makes amazing looking cases. I want to get my hands on one. They were really well, I talked to them at Computex. They were really cool. So this is if we want to look at a pre-configured system, which is going to be the most cost-effective thing to do from Skytech. The problem with that is we can't choose our motherboard. We can't choose our. It's just going to be for higher volume sellers, for these better price performance systems. Oftentimes you will sacrifice certain things like the level of motherboard you get, the brand of power supply you get, stuff like that. They changed the platform or something? They did indeed do that, yes. Doing good, waiting for dinner to be delivered. All right, what are we having? Okay, so with one other option, though, we could go to the custom PC builder, but that does change what you get at price to performance-wise. So let's just see what comes in at around that price for $2,200, around $2,000 to just above $2,200 because we do have a coupon code. All right. 9700X 5070 Ti. That's pretty sweet right there. Pretty nice. But that better not be actual MATX. Who the hell chose? Like, the system you're seeing here is not the same because if you look at the motherboard, it's B650, not B650M. But they were like, we're going to have one picture that we'll use for our like hero picture for the system. And they chose to use one that had an MATX motherboard. This chat is why I tell you, I will never build a PC myself or necessarily recommend one if it's a full ATX case that has an MATX motherboard. This looks terrible right here. Terrible. This looks bad. And they have disclaimers a la carte. They have them all right here. It's all there. Skytech's got their stuff all, their ducks all in a row. Out of curiosity, what thermal paste do you recommend? Craigum, you can look at something like, if you want a higher end thermal paste, Thermal Grizzly has great thermal pastes. Also, I like KPX, which is Kingpin's thermal paste. Really good stuff. But also Splave is now selling thermal paste, and that stuff is, oh man, it was. I actually installed some in a PC recently. It is dense thermal paste. But KPX or Thermal Grizzly Cryonaut, they have Duranaut too. Try maybe the Thermal Grizzly Duranaut. That's supposed to be very long-lasting thermal paste of theirs. Rarutu, do not eat 10 pounds of ice cream cake. I don't feel like I should have to tell you this. Okay. No problem. But I really like this case. Like, that is so clean looking, man. And then you just get to the It's nice that you can see, though, that the actual front panel connectors, all that stuff, are in white on this case. There's some nice attention to detail. Like, there's a USB 3.0 right there. All that stuff. Front panel I/O is actually not bad. They don't do the NZXT thing and only give you one USB 3.0. You get both of them and your USB Type-C and a combined microphone, headphone jack. Anyways. Why did I open this one up? I don't remember opening this one up. I might have accidentally clicked something. Okay. I did the thing again. I didn't sort by low to high on price. Let's do that. Okay. $7,800X3D, 9070XT. You're doing some creative tasks. I would probably just still push you to NVIDIA. Even though it's been improving with Radeon cards, AMD Radeon cards, there's the other version of the Geometric Future case right here. 5070 Ti, 7800X3D. That's not going to help you with the other. I would say that probably keep browsing here. Love me a King 95, though. Those are all 9800 X3D. Oh, here we go. Oh, it's 4070 Ti Super, though, not 5070 Ti. We are looking at some that are above 2200 because I have a coupon code. They put the Trikes cooler in here? Interesting. Is that just as pick? But again. Chat, I'm telling you. Such a thing should not be done. This case is a display case for your components. And look at that. These just cables just dangling here. Skytech, why do you do this? I don't care. They've sent me multiple PCs and just said, keep them. Here you go. And let us know how we did, what we can improve. Cool. I don't care. I will still call them out for this kind of crap. It looks terrible. Again, this PC is going to have a full ATX B650, but it's not quite the right specs. I just wanted to show you that. Now, the 9800 X3D wouldn't be bad. They improved the productivity stuff with this because now you have the 3D V cache underneath the core complex die. I know I just said a bunch of stuff there, but basically it doesn't have the thermal issues anymore. It can be overclocked. It can run at higher frequencies, meaning in other stuff other than gaming with multi-threaded processes, things like that. It actually is a big improvement over the 7800 X3D, but it's about the same as a 9700X. And if you're going to be gaming, as it shows here, in ultra wide, so this is higher than 1440p in terms of pixel count. Let me ask you this, Shadow. There is, by the way, there is no such thing yet as a 5070 Ti Super. That is not a card that exists yet. There's only the 5070 Ti. Wait, I recently ordered a Corsair i7500 with a 4070 Ti Super, but it sat in Wisconsin for 2 weeks, so I got a refund. Interesting. Okay, glad you got your refund, though. What's up, Wet Willy Gaming? How's it going? MX6 is solid. That's solid stuff. John Lothian, what's up? Bought an Alexander PC Gladiator 2 years ago based on my research and hours of watching your content. 2 years, and could not be more pleased with your help in Alexander PC. That's awesome. Happy to hear that. Still running strong, huh? Yeah, they said they didn't know why it sat or what the problem was. They just apologized a lot. Well, that's good on them if they gave you a refund for something that probably wasn't their fault. But let me ask you this. I was going to ask, what is the resolution of your ultra-wide monitor? Can you give me that number, please? It's something by something. Like 1440p is 2160 by 1440. So, or 2160x 1440. Can you tell me what that is for that monitor you're talking about? They have a 9800 X3D with a 9070 XT and 64 gigs of RAM. That's pretty nice. In an Azure 2 case for $20.99, but the RAM is 5600 megahertz. That can hurt things in things like Photoshop, unfortunately. But RAM is a fairly easy upgrade to make. Aren't there stability issues with RAM above 6000 megahertz, though? Shadow Kraken, what's up? You're talking about something that existed pre-modern era, or like the current gen of things. With 9000 series Ryzen and with Core Ultra 200S from Intel, the memory controllers are much better, and memory stability at higher frequencies is much better. Not perfect yet, and you still can't really run 4 sticks and expect high speeds, high frequency, and really good stability. It's a trade-off there. That's why the meta is still to use just 2 sticks of RAM, just get the right capacity and frequency that you want. Anyways, now let me ask you this also, Shadow. I already asked you to give me the resolution of the monitor. I know that's annoying. But if it's a 1080p vertical ultra wide, that's not nearly as hard to run as a 1440p vertical ultra wide. Like, it's a big step up in pixel count by a lot. So that's why I'm asking for that. The other thing is, what kind of gaming are we talking about? Are you talking about AAA titles with a lot of ray tracing going on? Are you trying to play, your Cyberpunk, or Expedition 33 had some pretty good ray tracing stuff happening, things like that. G9 49-inch. Dairy Queen high definition. Wow. I didn't know they got into that business. Odyssey G9 is basically, you're running double 1440p monitors. That's what that is. Wait, hold on a second. Maybe even more than that. Hold up. That is a very chunky monitor to run. Okay, it's still 1440. 5120 by 1440. I said 2160 by 1440. I meant 2560 by 1440. So yeah, it's essentially double the amount of pixels of gaming at 1440p. So that is 6,220,800 pixels. Okay. Now, let's compare that. That is higher resolution than a 4K monitor, which is 5,500,000 pixels, 5,500,800 pixels. So it is harder to run than gaming in 4K. To be clear, that monitor is one worth a 5090 if you're going to flex that hard. True. Now, that when you're talking Cyberpunk 2077, Baldur's Gate 3, so it's, you basically are going to want to go with something that that's going to be from NVIDIA. I'm actually thinking, isn't G9 5K wide? Well, yeah. I mean, it's 5120 wide, which is double 2560. The G9 is two 1440p monitors spliced together and then curved. That's the Odyssey G9. That's what that is. It's like two 27-inch monitors side by side, melded together, besties forever, that kind of thing. Here I am using two LG, 27-inch 1440p. Right. So Zintech, imagine those being spliced together and running in one resolution, and your game is going across all of that. That is what the Odyssey G9 does. So what we're looking at here, Shadow, is that, well, you have a 27-inch Acer Nitro as well. If you're just running Discord on that or something like that, it's not even going to really matter. That's just going to be chilling on the side, and it's only the monitor where rendered 3D graphics are being shown where the game is running. That's what's going to stress your GPU, not a secondary monitor that's not running a game, basically. Okay, so what we're looking at here is as Alucard said, that's actually a decent case for a 5090, which by itself is around $3,000 on average, $2,800 to $3,000, depending on which one you get. They're expensive. But we're trying to run this. What you're going to need to do is, whatever budget you got, that's valid. It's your budget. It's fine. What we're trying to do, though, is get you something where you can adjust some of your game settings, this and that. You're going to basically lean on DLSS to get you through on this. But yeah, if we do a 5070 Ti, something along those lines, it should help. But basically, that's a lot of monitor to run. That is not an ultra wide. That is a super ultra wide, essentially. Okay. But I would not do a 9070 XT in this. Every time I see a 5070 Ti, it's running a 7800X3D. What is the deal? Or a 14th gen Intel. Nah, bro. Okay, so I'm thinking one of these is actually going to be the way to go. Well, actually, no, you could do this King 95. No, it's 4070 Ti Super. I would do the 5070 Ti. You can get that DLSS 4 going. Well, that's a really good price for that. Skeeter, thank you for the 100 biddies, my friend. Thank you very much. Okay. I don't know that this... Because let me see. Looking at the color you chose a black PC. This is not that, but this is a solid option right here. But there's also this, which is basically the same thing, but in black. So there's this one here. Again, with the MATX on their hero build there. But this is a full B650. This is 32 gigs of DDR5 6000. Now, for music production, if you find... Like, if you're doing music production where it's just like you're playing a guitar, you have a drum kit in there, or whatever, or you're just doing pretty, like, not too crazy music. I've done some songs where I've had like 75 instruments in there because it's a modern orchestral piece. That, you want more than 32 gigs of RAM for that if you're trying to just play that live from the file, you know? Not just stems or whatever. You're actually getting all those samples running at once. But with this, you should be okay. It's only 1 terabyte of storage. That, to me, sucks at $2,000 or more. It's not great. But with what you're doing, you would end up adding storage yourself anyway. It's one of the easiest upgrades you can possibly do. And it's a 5-minute YouTube video that you can watch to teach you how to add another M.2 drive, and you're good to go. This has the RTX 5070 Ti, 16 gigs of VRAM. Now, in 4K, which again is about 85%... or 85, yeah, just about 85% of the amount of pixels you're actually running on your monitor. That's what 4K is. I played all kinds of AAA titles with ray tracing, all that stuff on a 5070 Ti, had 0 issues. And the settings were pretty damn high. So I think you can run this. I think it'll do what you need. 850 watt ATX 3.0 power supply, 80 plus gold. This should do the trick. Now it's $22.39 before my discount code. I have a 990 Pro 2 terabyte waiting for it. There you go. What do you think about the PC though? Is this fine for you there? Looks good. You have a side intake fan here, 3 bottom intakes, rear exhaust, and of course top exhaust with your AIO. Let's just expand this. There you go. This is a unique looking case. I love this case. I really want to get my hands on one of these and try to do build in one. Well, no, it won't be over because we haven't applied the discount code yet. And shipping is free. That is with the 1-year standard warranty on parts, labor, and shipping, which is unique to Skytech. Usually it's like 1 year parts, 3 years labor, but you pay for the shipping, that kind of thing, after the first 60 days or so, 30 days. This is a year of, hey, if something happens, we're paying for the shipping for you. Don't worry about that. And you can extend that to 2 or 3 years if you want, including that shipping. Let's see what this comes out to. Let's do this. Add that to cart. There you go. Yeah, I pointed that out. It's all micro ATX, MATX. I did point that out, Skeeter. The black case does hide it better. That is true. Still inexcusable to me. So the coupon code here is SWARM, SWARM. And let's see, it brought the price down to $21.72.79. Shipping is free. Just taxes are not included yet. There you go. I didn't mean to zoom in on myself. I keep bumping my mouse on the keyboard here, and I have the Stream Deck running through my mouse here. So thank you for that, Corsair. That's just the pictures, not the actual product. That is correct, and they tell you that right here. How long does it take to ship? Well, shipping is 1 to 5 business days. Hold on a second. Hold on. Let's just go look at this. Here we go. Ships within 5 business days, and then it's 1 to 5 days of shipping. So there's a range there. A little over a week, potentially. It's a pretty solid discount, Bergie. Indeed. Yes, yes. Sorry if we went over that already. The Canadian wildfire smoke we have been getting here in Michigan has my brain running in safe mode on 30% power. You're good. But yeah, the thing saying that that the pictures used in the page are for illustrative purposes only, are not indicative of exact components used at the time of manufacture. Component make and models may vary from depictions of product, yada yada yada. Exactly what they need to be putting there. Now, should it be in a color, a font that nearly matches the background? It does contrast, but it's tiny font. They just wanted to put a full message here. It's very clear that there's fine print there. 130 to 160 for weeks now. Good Lord. You'd be walking around with N95s. Okay, not bad at the discount. Yes, I'm satisfied with it. It's my last month off, and I wanted a game on a PC, not my trash console. Well, I hope this helps. I mean, it is the answer to what you're trying to do. Just don't forget here, let me give you this. Coupon code SWARM, because that's what we are. We are the Swarm. Can you help me find the best budget pre-built to run GS Pro Golf Sim software? It says Nick on par. Username checks out. What's up, Nick? I don't know that software. I don't know what its requirements are, but I generally have a process here instead of someone just coming in and saying, hey, right here, help me right now immediately, please. And you're not being like that. You asked it as a question, and it was totally fine. I'm just saying there is a form that you fill out, to get in line and give me the info I need. Like whatever you consider to be budget, someone else might consider mid-range or high-end. You know, budgets vary. This forces you to give me an actual budget, tell me what it's going to be used for, all that kind of stuff. So if you look in the description, it is the first link there. Please click that link, fill out the form, get yourself in line to get some help, and I'd be happy to help you out. It is absolutely free as well. There is no charge for doing this. All right, Jay, you still with me? Your time has come. I wonder how Jay is doing. Other Jay. Haven't talked to him in a while. Since TwitchCon, actually. Man. Mind if I give a summary? Well, I noticed that there is a PC part picker list here. That, I imagine, it would be the summary, right? Like, you want me to look at this and see what I think? This build is my starter PC, and I want it to be future-proof. Well, that is a term we don't really use around here, but go on. And with my budget being what it is, and looking around online, I can get pretty beefy. I've also done a lot of research that has included some of your videos in the past week, or maybe there are some things I can take away or downgrade to save some money. Skeeter, the pictures are fine because they have the disclaimer. It's okay. Anyway, Shadow, let us know how that PC turns out. I really want to get one of those with that case. Geometric Future is doing some different stuff. Awesome, I'll fill out. Thank you. You're very welcome. And welcome to the stream, Nick. All right, so let's talk about that budget. So the budget you listed here is $2,500 to $3,000. So what I need you to do is narrow that down to a solid number, not a range. The range is like that in the form for a reason. It gives me a chart that shows me general info on trends of what people are coming in with on budgets and other things like that. Definitely will. Thank you for the help. I was headbutting the wall trying to find one. That's what I'm here for. Now your poor wall will be safe for another day. 2,700. Perfect. Thank you. I guess Thomas Smith has not returned since filling out the form on the 15th. I mean, I was doing a game stream at that time, but yeah. Okay, let's look at what we're talking about here. Gaming, streaming, content creation, and video editing. Now, you said here that you are near a micro center, near the North Carolina Micro Center, but you don't want to get your PC there. But what you did was a parts list. So to be clear, Jay, I want to be clear on this. Are you going to be building this yourself? Is this a parts list for a DIY build? I was 4 hours away. Yeah, see, I wouldn't say that it was close to you then. I would just put a no there, but that's fine. That's okay. I had to ask. Looking at 1440p. Yes, it's DIY. Okay. So, yeah, even if you were to drive to that micro center and save a little bit of money on your parts, that money is out the window because gas, just paying the gas to go over there, that'll cover whatever money you save. It'll take away whatever money you save. But yeah, so among the three things you chose here, gaming, content creation, and video editing, how would you, gaming, streaming, and video editing, rather, I should say, how would you prioritize those? How would you rank those in terms of importance? Yeah, my car uses 93. That ain't helping, that's for sure. All of them. Okay. Applications are Wondershare, Filmora, Adobe Photoshop, some DaVinci Resolve in the future. Rank is editing first, gaming, then streaming. Okay. There is one issue here. The question that was asked was, do you plan on upgrading your CPU over time? Let's go to main cam for this. The question in the form asks, do you plan on upgrading your CPU over time? This question is one of the most important ones. And the fun thing is, a lot of people will tell me that work with SIs or own SIs will tell me people don't upgrade their CPUs because I complain about Intel and the fact that they'll create a whole socket. They'll release a couple generations of CPUs, and that's it for that socket. It's gone. It creates e-waste, and it keeps people from doing multi-generational uplift in performance via upgrading the CPU. AMD is insane with this. Their socket support is, I mean, it's incomparable. So, although I compare them frequently, this would lead me to push you towards an AMD CPU and motherboard. However, Intel wins when it comes to video editing. That's just the facts. Particularly in price to performance with the 265K. The price to performance on 265K is phenomenal. But from what I understand, all we're getting for the current socket, which is a new socket from, coming from last year when they launched LGA 1851, they're already looking when the next full-on generation comes out at a new socket. All we're going to get for this is an Arrow Lake refresh, supposedly. So sometime in mid to late 2026, new socket. That's it. So there is supposedly going to be a refresh, and that's nice, I guess. But a refresh typically means not a huge uplift in performance. So let's take a look here. Instead of me just telling you, I'm going to show you some charts that are helpful for something like this. Intel new socket. Yeah, LGA 1854. It's a 3-pin difference, apparently. Thank you. But that's pretty common for them. So, in talking about Wondershare Filmora, they don't have charts for that in Puget Bench, but they do have it for DaVinci Resolve. Now, Premiere Pro is really where Intel is going to flex because of QuickSync. I don't know that DaVinci Resolve uses QuickSync or Wondershare Filmora, but let's take a look at DaVinci Resolve. Now, the 9950X3D is actually winning here. The 9950X3D is a 16-core, 32-thread CPU. It's a powerful CPU. It's also currently, amongst consumer-grade desktop CPUs, the most expensive on the market. Then is the Intel Core Ultra 9 285K. The difference in score is 2 digits out of a 5-digit score. It's very close. Now, the 265K does not really compete as well here, but as you can see, these scores are not very far apart. If we look at Premiere Pro, the 265K is right there with that most expensive CPU, the 9950X3D. It's right there with it. Now, let me just tell you some prices here real quick. That's half of the price to performance equation, right? Intel Core Ultra 9 285K, close to, it's like high 500s, close to $600. 9950X3D, around $650. Can get down to about $600 as well. But I think baseline price for it was like $679 when it launched, something like that. Currently, the 265K is about $250. That is price to performance. It is cheaper than every, other than the 9700X, it is cheaper than every other CPU on this chart. Crazy. So whenever someone says video editing, I'm like, look, I know. I know about the socket thing. If that bothers you, if they say yes, generally if someone says yes to upgrading their CPU over time, I just push them towards AMD because that's the company that lets you do that. But let's think about this though. There's another aspect of the 9950X3D that is important for someone who wants to stream and play games while streaming. When you are when you're using a 9950X3D, you have 2 chiplets. Each one has 8 cores. One of them has 3D V-cache for gaming. The other one is, you know, higher frequencies, all that kind of stuff. That's for productivity stuff. It helps more productivity stuff. When you turn on a game, that non-3D V-cache chiplet turns off. It's called core parking. So you essentially spent over $650 for a 9800X3D at that point. Now, you can game and stream on a 9800X3D. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm not gaming, but I have. Like, I played Expedition 33 in 4K, very high settings, and streamed at the same time, and it was fine. But I'm running a pretty simple stream right now. There are those that, like, you might want to have all kinds of stuff going on, all kinds of effects, all kinds of things running, going at the same time. And some of these things can be a little bit more CPU intensive than others. And you might be thinking, yeah, I want those 16 cores for gaming and streaming. Well, you get 8 once you turn on a game, to be clear. So that's something to consider, especially considering the price. Now, there is there are leaks right now that have said that the next generation, Zen 6, that should be in the same socket AM5, are going to have 12 cores per CCD, up to 12 cores per CCD. That's going to be a game changer for them. I mean, you're talking about 50% more cores per chiplet. So that's the benefit of being able to upgrade your CPU. They can get past their shortcomings from generation to generation, and then you benefit by buying that next CPU. Take this current CPU, put it in a home theater PC system or something like that, or a dedicated streaming system, whatever. But that makes me think, should you spend all that extra on the 9950X3D? Let's check pricing right now. We're going to do a PC part picker list. So we go to CPUs and look at the 9950X3D. It is currently, as I stated, over $650. It is $659. Okay? And looking at the 9800X3D, that is a difference of $200 more. But once you turn on a game, you essentially have a 9800X3D. It shuts off half the CPU. Okay? But still, that's the, like I said, the highest priced consumer grade desktop CPU on the market right now. If we go and look at the 265K, it is $293. Currently $293. You may be able to find better pricing with bundles and things like that out there. And yeah, I was right about the Core Ultra 9, 285K. It's about $560. So yeah. Oh, hold up. Brish W just subscribed at tier 1. Let's go, nerds. Thank you for the 2 months of support. Welcome back to the Swarm, Brish. Thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't have these on. Yeah! Speed lines. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Counter Left, welcome to the stream. What is the general forward-looking sentiment on Intel consumer product lines? They're struggling and laying off workers. This is not new to Intel. They've done that before. They're basically like, we need to compete. We need to get our finances in line. It sucks. It sucks a lot. But they're also a way bigger company than AMD in terms of workforce and all that. I think that other than the future upgradability in sockets, Intel is competitive. Like, here's my thing, guys. Listen to this. Check this out. Everyone touts the 9800X3D, and to be clear, it is literally the best gaming CPU on the market. But gaming CPU is kind of a weird thing to say, to put those two things together, because it's always going to be mostly GPU, unless you're gaming at 1080p, which if you're gaming at 1080p, spending $453 on a CPU can be a tough pill to swallow. But man, everybody glazes the 9800X3D because it sits at the top of the charts. If you're doing more than gaming, it can be pretty good. But Intel, for way less money, the 265K beats the pants off the 9800X3D for $200 less. And if you're gaming at 1440p or 4K, the CPU is much less a part of the equation when it comes to FPS, unless the game specifically is CPU dependent. Something like I mentioned this earlier, a lot of real-time strategy games will be CPU dependent depending on how it's built up. Certain like Microsoft Flight Simulator, certain games are just more CPU dependent than others. But also, like the latest Cyberpunk update, the big update that they did, the last one they did, made the game a little bit more CPU dependent, but still, it's not very CPU dependent still. Just more than it was. I think that, Intel, from what I heard about Nova Lake, they're going for productivity, 100%. 52 core Ultra 9, 52 cores. That's bananas. Even AMD with their new 12 cores per CCD thing is only going to take them so far, because they're going to just be getting a 24-core Ryzen 9, which is just now getting to the core count of the Core Ultra 9. But by then, Nova Lake is going to be right around the corner with 52 cores on their flagship CPU. So they're not going to be able to keep up in things like video editing necessarily in Premiere Pro, specifically because of QuickSync, but then also that core count is nuts. It's hard to say. It is hard to say because things have been in flux for Intel post 13th and 14th gen controversy. So I don't know. Intel single core has always beat out AMD when it comes to single core performance. Ghost Poner, what's up? It's not going to happen. Now it's 3D Vcache. It's 3D Vcache wins out in gaming. Frequency versus cache. Cache will always win. L3 cache will always win when it comes to gaming, or to cache in general. So they're supposed to be competing with that too, but they can't do literally the same thing. We'll see. Yeah, but how much does Intel plan on pricing as if they were competing with the EPYC? I don't think so, because they've had a higher core count than AMD for less money for a while now. You're talking about 24 cores versus 16 cores for $100 less. That's the Core Ultra 9. AMD kills in multi-threaded CPUs. Intel excels in different area than AMD. Well, Ghost Boner, like Intel doesn't even have hyper-threading anymore. Or SMT, whatever you want to call it. They don't even have that anymore. Tanmay, welcome. How's it going? Is a Ryzen 5 5500 with an RTX 3070 good? Says Alexito. Yeah, sure. For what? At what resolution? Like, what do you mean? What is the price? If it's $2,000, no. That is a question, the kind of question I get pretty frequently, and it is an unhelpful question, which means you get an unhelpful answer. It's not enough information for me to give you an accurate answer. So sure, it's good. That is not financial advice. If you're looking for help, Alexito, please look at the description. Fill out the form to get on the list to get help, and you'll actually have to answer questions, which will help me help you better. Okay, so I guess upgrading my CPU, I want to be able to build this and chill with it for the next 4 to 5 years until I have to upgrade or need to upgrade. So consider this. At that point, Jay, you would need, just think, if you go with the price to performance from Intel, you'll just need to upgrade both the CPU and motherboard at that point. Okay? As long as you're fine with that, if you're getting 4 to 5 years out of it, then if you're fine with that, I'm fine with that. It's a pain in the butt to upgrade your motherboard. It's one of the hardest ones to do because you're basically taking your PC like all the way apart, but you're building this thing. So if there's any situation where I would say it's fine to have to do that, you're building the thing to start with, so you should be okay. Okay, let's get back to it then. So if we go with a 265K, I mean, it is literally in video editing, there's no better price to performance. Actually, let's double check this. I want to see how is it stacking up in DaVinci Resolve. So in DaVinci Resolve, it's still among the top CPUs here, which, because I guarantee you, there are a lot more CPUs that would make for a much longer list, okay? They're just not here. It stacks up pretty well against most of the competition here. Like, these scores are really close. You get a bit of a blip more in performance from the top of the line CPUs on the market now. Of course you do. But also there will be an Arrow Lake refresh, and that might be the point where you go with a Core Ultra 9. You get what I'm saying? Like, you could make that upgrade a couple of years from now. If the refresh comes out late this year or early next year, just wait another year after that when all that stuff drops in price. Get yourself a little boost. But if you're looking to get 4 to 5 years out of it, nah. Okay, what about for gaming? Well, because of the fact that you are gaming at 1440p, you don't have to worry about the CPU that much unless you know specifically what games you're going to play and you know that they're more CPU dependent, like Microsoft Flight Simulator, or I've heard Rust is pretty CPU dependent as well if you like Rust, or some real-time strategy games. Cash is king. Has the new update reduced UE5 stuttering mess? Tammy, can you be a little bit more specific on that? I wasn't aware of this. Rust loves 8-core CPUs, says Tech Grant. What if they're more than 8 cores? And what we're looking at with Intel, of course, is 8 performance cores and then a number of efficiency cores, if you're looking at the Core Ultra 7 or Core Ultra 9. I feel like my brother's going to tell me to go with AMD. Okay, Zintech, sure. I'm looking at a processor with hyper-threading and multitasking capabilities. Well, multitasking is not reliant upon hyper-threading. You can multitask with something that just has a higher core count. Hyper-threading is logical cores. It's not more cores. NBA 2K, Madden, GTA 5 and 6. I got bad news for you there. Call of Duty, maybe, and some AAA story mode games like GOW and Spider-Man. God of War and Spider-Man. Okay. So what we do is we go with an NVIDIA card, and this CPU should do just fine for the gaming you're talking about. GTA 6, though, it might take that 4 or 5 years that you're talking about for upgrading your CPU for that to come to PC. It took a long time for GTA 5 to come to PC, and they've been very clear that it's going to be console only for a while. That is straight from Rockstar. But GTA 5, yeah. Okay. There we go. Now, let's talk about the other stuff. For video editing, you need RAM capacity. Capacity is king when it comes to video editing. Let's do the motherboard first, though. You also said streaming, so we need good I/O on that motherboard. What color did you want the build to be? You want it to be in black. Okay. Let me close some of these. I feel like the live mixer would be good here. I like the PCIe layout on that board. It's very good. Z890 live mixer Wi-Fi. There we go. This board right here will do the trick. You have these 2 slots down here. Now, why is that important? Not just that they're there, but the actual PCIe layout, the actual throughput of those slots. Both of them do X4, so 4 lanes each. One of them runs a PCIe Gen 3, the other one runs a PCIe Gen 4, and that is way more than adequate for the highest end consumer grade capture cards, if you're going to put an internal capture card in here. Same thing for USB add-in cards. This also has really good I/O on the rear here. This is really good I/O for streaming. For streaming, you're going to I currently have 3 Stream Deck devices around me, and they're like, still, I'm like, I got the mouse that Corsair makes that you can use as a Stream Deck. This is also a Stream Deck. Once you start getting control surfaces like that, you just want more. I'm using 2 Stream Decks, 1 Stream Deck Plus, 1 Stream Deck V2, and the Stream Deck pedals here, so that without any hands, I can do stuff like that. Whoa. These devices make streaming awesome and fun and make you look cool, just like I do. But to plug those in, you need USB. And this has plenty on it right now. So you have 6 5 gigabit per second USB 3.0 or USB 3.2 Gen 1. You have 2 10 gigabit per second. You have dual Thunderbolt 4, Wi-Fi 7, and 4. I believe these are USB 2.0, and they just talk about like polling rate on these 2 and power delivery on these 2, whatever. They play around with the colors. It's pretty annoying. You also have a lot of storage options with this one, where you have 4 M.2 sockets on it, which is really nice. It has a sick look to it. This is the ASRock Z890 Live Mixer. That's the one I would recommend for your build. Are sound cards still being used? I have a 7.1 sound card from Creative and was just curious to know if there's still a way to hook up them through PCIe still. Yeah. It's 1080p, $600 total build, 32 gigs of RAM too. Alexito, I'm going to say it one more time. I'm currently helping somebody. They went through the process of filling out the form to get in line for help. Right now, you're telling me, hey, shut up about them. Pay attention and help me right now. Not them, who waited for their turn and did what you asked by providing a full filled out form with the info you asked for free help. No, forget that. Just help me now. Don't do that. That's a bad look, okay? If you look in the description of the YouTube stream, I'm going to tell you again. There's a link right there. It's the first thing there. Click on that, fill out the form, and you'll be in line for help. Now, a line is something where other people got there before you, so you have to wait for them to get help first, right? Like at the movies, maybe? Or like, I'm sure you've seen a line, probably. That's how this works here, too. But it's like a make-believe line. Does that make sense? Okay. 12 core sometimes give you more FPS, but not always. Thoughts, bro. Gigabyte Aorus Elite X870 Wi-Fi 7 ICE versus I don't know the specs of those off the top of my head. I only know the live mixer because it was just I had just looked at it recently. Live mixer boards are really good. They are. What's up, One Tap? How's it going? Do you ever know of a best guide on optimizing OS PC for gaming? Optimizing, just clean your system now and then. Get a utility to clean your system. That's it. Optimization services are kind of to me because you can ruin those in like an hour. Whatever optimization that they do, you can mess that up in like an hour. It's not fully a gimmick, but it might as well be. So my thing is just keep your PC pretty clean. I would say, though, there are just a couple YouTube videos and you can optimize your PC some. Chris Titus Tech Windows debloat script. There you go. Silo Sibi, thank you for answering that. I appreciate that. I hope I said your name right. I might not have. All right, Jay, welcome back. I was talking about other stuff anyway, so it's fine. I know I'm doing a new PC part picker list. I know that. Actually, I don't think I'm doing this right. Because I can look at yours. Let's look at yours. Hold on. There we go. Now, you went for AMD, and I will say the 9950X is a solid choice here. In DaVinci Resolve, it does well. It's the third-ranked CPU in DaVinci Resolve. Here's one thing that annoys me about the 9950X, and you can also get them for a decent price right now. It is a 16-core, 2 CCD AMD CPU. With the 7950X, you could run a game and it would not do core parking. Meaning for a gaming streamer, you could have all your 16 cores if you have a very complex stream going on. With the 9950X, they made it to where there is one higher performance CCD. And they make it act like it's 3D V-Cache because you have core parking on a non-3D V-Cache chip. That might be a lot, too much stuff that I just threw at you right there. But let me just summarize it by saying it was freaking annoying and I was screaming about it when it first happened. It made me so mad. That's the other CPU I was thinking, 7950X. Well, the 7950X, unfortunately, does not really keep up with the current generation in terms of performance in DaVinci Resolve. If we look at, say, Premiere Pro, 7950X also is not on this list here, as in it's farther down the list. Photoshop, not really. Yeah, so there are improvements in 9000 series for productivity stuff like this that just make it worth it. Anyways, let's look at your list a little more. Gigabyte X870 Eagle Wi-Fi. I'm going to see if you cheaped out on your motherboard too much, because considering that you're going to be streaming on this thing, it needs to have a lot of I/O. That's my take on what I do when someone says they want to stream on a PC. You need to have a lot of rear I/O. There are a lot of streaming devices that do not like to work through a hub, and I will not put you in that position. But looking at what you chose here, let's find out how you did. Not too bad. Not too bad. It's kind of close to what I'm showing you right now with the live mixer board. You do have USB 4, which is nice, but half of your ports are slower here rather than on the other one where you have faster, higher bandwidth ports. It's not terrible. It's not. But I think we did a little better with live mixer on the Intel platform. This does have fewer M.2 sockets. You've only got 3 on this board. I do like, however, that they put the GPU actually at the top PCIe slot. Thank you, Gigabyte. Why is that not a thing anymore? I know it's to get the M.2 closer to the CPU. I get it. It still makes me a little angry whenever you have a big, thick GPU that's too chunky and you can't put a PCIe card in there or something under it. Makes me angry, all right? Yeah, motherboard research was confusing as crap, not going to lie. You got to be obsessed. You got to be obsessed for it not to drive you crazy. And I am a little obsessed with motherboards. Can also NT Lite official ISO Windows, but don't remove everything. MIG might destroy whole Windows, I heard. I just installed Tiny 11 if you want to go with a really light version of Windows. Just install Tiny 11. It takes Windows updates, everything. So if I want to stay with AMD, what motherboard would be good with the IOs? Let me think. I've more recently been looking at Intel motherboards for a build that I'm doing for somebody. So give me a sec to think. Oh, also, Tech Grant, I will generally go, if it's within budget, I'll usually go, because you talk about the X870 board versus a B850, I'll generally go with the higher end chipset, or in this case, dual chipset. Gigabyte makes some pretty solid motherboards. ProArt, not a bad option, other than the fact that there is, Bergie, there is bifurcation as something that is very likely to happen with the primary PCIe slot, meaning if, now this isn't budget for a 5090, but if it was, that could be a problem. Any card under that generally is going to be fine if the board has PCIe Gen 5 and so does a card, which 50 series does. Anyway, I'm going to keep looking at your list here. We'll get back to the motherboard thing. 64 gig ZR5 6000 CL30. Well done for that CPU. That's perfect. Crucial P3 Plus, Western Digital also. So a couple of M.2 drives, one 2 terabyte and one 1 terabyte. I would give you some better options on the storage than this. Okay, 9070? No. I wouldn't go for that. Not for video editing. No. And that 9070 is costing how much? $599. That's a decent price. It's only $100 above the originally quoted MSRP. Probably go with a little more modern of a power supply, a little bit newer, ATX 3.0 or 3.1. Is that 1 terabyte his old drive? I don't know. I would say no, because they didn't mark it as already purchased or already owned or whatever. Windows 11 Home Retail? Nah, bro. Nah, get an OEM key. You'll save $100 off of that. Okay, thermal right fans for this Antec case. Fine, that's not a problem. As long as they are PWM. Also, to be clear, Jay, we're not including the monitor as part of the budget, as it states in the form. When you're giving your budget, it should not include taxes or shipping, separate from your budget for a monitor, peripherals, etc. Do I need to adjust the budget here? I mean, it's all laid out for you right there. Do I need to change the budget in the form here? Okay. We're just going to go ahead and I'm going to edit this parts list. It should create a different URL. Yours should still exist. Well, no, we'll do a new one. Also, I wouldn't do the NH-U12A for the 9950X. 9000 series was better with thermals, but I would go with a larger air cooler if air cooling is what you want, or just go with an AIO, a 360 millimeter AIO. When you look at something like the Antec C8, that is a side intake dual chamber case. Those are better suited to all-in-one liquid coolers, not air cooling. If you want air cooling, you get a front mesh case with direct intake, not side intake. Front intake is what you want for a dual chamber for an air cooler. For a dual chamber case, it is ideal to go with a liquid cooler. Take the monitor out of the list? Okay, all right. But then again, I mean, that's the thing. That's why I do this, is for things like that. But I think we're going to start a list from scratch, because I already kind of did. 64 gigs of RAM is a good capacity for video editing. DDR5 6000 CL30 is a good all-around sweet spot for RAM, whether it's Intel or AMD. But with AMD, it's kind of critical to have one-to-one memory synchronization, and you get that with this combination of frequency and latency. So good. It was an excellent choice, as I already mentioned. I would probably do just 1 2 terabyte and have it be a faster drive, a more modern drive, something above 7,000, up to 7,000 megabytes sequential read speed. The SN770, I think, is in the 5,000 range. I need to double check. I haven't looked at it in a while. And how are you planning on doing this 1 terabyte and 2 terabyte drive? Was the 1 terabyte going to be a boot drive, and then the 2 terabyte was going to be a storage drive? Is that how you were doing that? I was going to do 1 terabyte, have the OS and applications, and 2 terabyte would be games. Okay, so yes. 1 terabyte boot drive. That's what you call the one that has an operating system on it. And the 2 terabyte would be storage or game storage. Okay, so yes. I would still do a little bit faster drives. These have been around for quite a while, and they've been superseded by better technologies now. Or just advanced on the same technology. But the ICE 870 has 2 4X slot and 2.5 gig Ethernet. You'll be lurking. I appreciate that. Both same price right now. 5 gigabit. Yeah. MSI has been pretty 5 gigabit happy on their Ethernet ports. ICE 870 has 2 4X slot and 2.5 gig. Now, 4X. Okay. Is there any bifurcation for the primary X16 slot for the GPU on that one? I don't remember the PCIe layout of this. Okay. So I have my own list here that I was doing. and it was over here. So we'll add that one to the parts list. Oh, yeah. No, it's not going to let me do that. So we'll start a new one. CPU. We were talking about the 265K. Man, it's just such a good value. Okay. Motherboard was the live mixer. We can still go with the same frequency and latency as yours. That's fine. You can, although you can with you can have great stability going with 6400 as well. What does like 6400 CL32? But let's look at price here and go from there. Go for some Ripjaws M5, 197. I think that's a little cheaper than the Corsair. Yeah. Wait, what did you say about RGB? You don't want RGB. Okay. Duly noted. Let me close that because I keep confusing myself. G-Skill Ripjaws. There you go. G-Skill's making some really good stuff right now. And they have for a while. So, does the CPU or GPU change much if I'm going to be modding games and adding textures and so forth? Not really. The GPU maybe, but yeah. Silosibi is coming in with lots of advice here. I will say one thing to consider is that because I help people find the right pre-built or parts list, and it's usually my channel attracts those who are newer to PCs, and going in and doing even a simple partition setup, that kind of stuff, is something that they might get to at some point, but they never really have to, because a lot of these motherboards have up to like 4 M.2 slots, some have 5. Especially with this PC, I know the purpose of the PC. It's for gaming, streaming, and also content creation and video editing. If you're doing video editing, you're going to end up adding drives over time regardless. You're going to run out of storage. Raw footage takes a lot of space, especially high bitrate raw footage, all of that. So, generally, the whole partition thing was important back in the day. It's kind of not as relevant these days, I would say. Knowing to add new drives is going to be handy at least. Yeah, but that's one of the easiest upgrades you could. I would say that just being able to add a drive is easier than learning how to do partitions and then managing that afterwards. So let's go to storage. So I'm just going to pick a faster 2 terabyte drive for you. But I mean, you could do a 1 terabyte and a 2 terabyte if you really want to. But you are, of course, eventually going to be limited on how many you're already limited on it, literally, physically, but how many M.2 drives you can have in there. These days, I don't see much of a reason, considering the pricing on 2 terabyte drives, I don't see a reason necessarily to buy 1 terabyte drives anymore. I think the new standard should be 2. So I would say just for now, get a 2 terabyte drive and add more storage as you need it. That's my 2 cents on that. But it's a parts list. You can literally buy whatever you want. We're not changing your current parts list. You can still use that for reference. So let's go here. Capacity. Another thing is you really don't want to get to the point to where you're running out of storage on your boot drive. That can cause some major issues. Even accidentally, just downloading to a folder on your operating system in that drive instead of like moving it to another partition and like assigning where it is, you could run into some issues where you're like, it's not going to mess up your operating system. You could just move stuff, but it's going to run super slow until you figure out what the problem is. Would think game mods would lean on system memory more than CPU, GPU. Say a game requires 16 gigs before mods, probably go with the 32 gig. Well, what's up, Simple Green? We're going 64 here, so they'll be fine. That's why I didn't mention that. They already have enough RAM. Because of the video editing need. Oh, I need to choose M.2. 280. There we go. That'll narrow it down. And let's go by price. So these are all 2 terabyte drives. Let's see what we can get price-wise on 5.0. It's not really going to be necessary, but yeah, you can already get PCIe Gen 5 for $159 on a 2 terabyte drive. That is crazy. Because your motherboard features PCIe Gen 5. What you can do, here's why you might do this. Instead of getting 2, because you were looking at pretty slow drives by today's standard earlier. What you can do is, if you have a 2 terabyte drive, while you're if you're going to be editing video, you can put any active projects on that PCIe Gen 5 drive, and your timeline, scrubbing your timeline, is going to be super fast. At least in terms of accessing the footage, reading the footage. And then whenever a project is done, you can then put it into a cold storage drive, basically. You can get even a 20 terabyte or higher mechanical hard drive to put it in there. I would recommend, before doing that, I'd recommend just getting network storage for that kind of thing. But yeah, I would say looking at something like a PCIe Gen 5 drive when you're doing some of the tasks you're doing. If you're just gaming, PCIe Gen 5 is still like, you don't need it. You don't need that. It's not really going to benefit you. Direct storage is still not much of a thing, and we don't know if it ever will be. That's where... I'm not even going to get into direct storage. I sometimes need to remember myself that, yes, my channel attracts more newer PC enthusiasts. No no bifurcation for X16. Nice. Okay. Sounds good. The SN8100 is supposed to be pretty good for $199. 2 terabytes, PCIe Gen 5. Let's go here, see if the speeds are listed. They're not. Very helpful, thank you. I mean, there's benchmarks now, apparently. Sequential write throughput, 9844. Sequential read throughput, 13436. Damn! Damn! Let's see the price difference with the Samsung. One of the most popular ones now is the Samsung drive. Wait, what did I do? No, don't do that. No, don't do that. No, stop doing that! These aren't labeled, okay? I'm trying to stream deck from my mouse, and it's not labeled, so... I think my main camera was like, pay attention to me. It's weird doing it, and it's not my stream deck. It's my mouse stream deck. It's just, I'm still getting used to it, okay? It's a new to me kind of thing. There, that's my back button for the browser. I didn't even need to use that. I got this. Okay, I opened a new tab for it. So looking at the 9100 Pro, it is $30 more. I don't think that's necessarily going to benefit you much, but it potentially could. Let's see what their benchmarks were here for this one and compare that. Sequential actually looks lower. Yeah, that's lower. All right. Western Digital, what's up? All right, there you go. Direct storage has been a twinkle in my eye for so long. What mouse is that? This is the Corsair. I'm not usually a big enthusiast for Corsair peripherals, but when they said, hey, if you use our MMO mouse and you're a streamer, you can assign these. If you get, it's a bit of a process to get it going, but it just took a YouTube video and I was like, okay, cool. I didn't feel like sitting down and figuring that one out myself. You can set up all the MMO keys, and just in the Stream Deck software, this mouse will just show up. The downside, this is the only Corsair product I'm using on this PC, and I had to install iQ. The mouse itself is the Scimitar Elite Wireless SE. But it's super cool to be able to do this. Okay, we got the RAM, we got the storage. Now, for the video card, again, I'm not just going to make claims here about why I feel like out of the 50 series, the 5070 Ti is kind of the best for a use case like yours. I'm just going to show you. Now, let's quickly, before I do that, let's go to the video cards, and I'm going to compare pricing real quick, okay? Let's say 5070 Ti. Look at the lowest priced 5070 Ti. It is $762.98. Really? It's under $800 now. This is $12 over the original MSRP. That's sick, man. What the hell? All right, Newegg, I see you. We don't always get along, but hell yeah. All right, 5080. Lowest price 5080 is $1,300. $1,300. So that is a difference of about $500, give or take. Let's see the difference in performance in DaVinci Resolve. 5080, 5070 Ti. That's the difference. Which is to say, almost no difference for $500. And this is why I'm glad you came to me, buddy. All right. The bane of IQ, bane of everyone's existence. I wish they make a browser configurator like Fractal. Oh, hell yeah. But this does have to have a tie-in into the Stream Deck software. Literally had to have a plug-in. I get it. In this case, yeah, I get it. Oh, yes. Silo has a good point. If you're using the free version of DaVinci Resolve, it will not use GPU hardware acceleration. So if you really want to leverage this right here, then you pay for DaVinci Resolve. And I've been told by many. I've been told by many of my peers in tech content creation, dude, why are you still on Adobe? And I'm like, I'm not a video editor. I just edit videos. Okay? Put it that way. I don't want to learn a whole new software. I don't have it yet. Still using Familiar, but I'm going to probably transition to it in the next couple months. Okay. In terms of color grading, it is supposed to be the GOAT for color grading. Okay. Where am I at? Too many tabs. All right. I pressed the wrong button again. No, I'm not doing it again. No speed lines. No. Okay. The one downside to this is the fact that there's no dedicated like back button. Which, like, what are we? Barbarians? So I programmed this to back, that to forward in browser. But I keep pressing this by accident, so this happens. And then I'm like, oh, no. Wait, no, hold on. No, stop. Okay. That's what keeps happening. Can you do the same streaming features with the Aerox 9 SteelSeries? Bergie 5, there is a very specific reason only the Corsair mouse works with this, because Corsair owns Elgato. They will not allow any other brand of mouse to work with that unless someone does an open source plugin. That's it. So I think you can agree with me when I talk about why the 5070 Ti, in terms of video editing at this price point, it is goated, man. And the fact that there's a 5070 Ti that is $12 above the Keynote MSRP, that's crazy. Like, that's so weird right now. But there it is. They also have the same amount of VRAM too, 16 gigs of VRAM. Now, I want to be clear about something. They have leaked that they are making super versions of these cards. 5070 Ti Super is apparently going to have 24 gigs of VRAM. Hell, the 5070 Super is supposed to get 18. That's more than the 5070 Ti. That's going to be crazy, but that's not out yet, and we don't know when that's coming out. So, yeah. So currently we're only at $1,694, but that also means that from going from a 9070 to a 5070 Ti, it's not going to be $300 or whatever. It's going to be a little less than that. That's fine. Because you were looking at, I mean, it's basically $162 to go from the 5070, from the 9070 to the 5070 Ti. The AMD Radeon 9070 non-XT to the 5070 Ti. That right there is $162 well spent for video editing for sure. Do the ratings matter up here or not? What ratings are we talking about? That is true. You can do auto hotkey. You can do that, but yeah, it shouldn't introduce much in the way of latency, but it can introduce some. By the way, Buttermax115, I'm sorry I missed your chat earlier. Welcome to the stream. But I will say, should I upgrade the platform or should I say screw it and go for the 5090? Okay. Butter, if you're gaming at 1440p and all you're doing is gaming, the last thing on earth you should do is buy a 5090. In no way do you need 32 gigs of VRAM. That is, on average, a $2,800 GPU. That's the price of a high-end gaming PC. So no, you should not get a 5090. 5800X3D and 7900XT should be running really well at 1440p. Have you noticed that your games aren't running well like you want them to? If not, forget any new hardware coming out. Until the moment you play a game and you're like, it kind of sucks. And then you remember, I set it to ultra. Oops. And you actually fix your settings to get the best performance. And then it still doesn't perform well. Then you can start talking about upgrading. I'll tell you this right now. As someone who has benchmarked things many a time, for you, the gamer, the only benchmark that matters is enjoyment. Enjoyment. That's all that matters. If you're enjoying yourself, you leave your money in your freaking wallet, because these marketing teams are, well, some of them are very, very good at making you feel like you need to get that new latest and greatest, the new hotness. You don't. As long as the things that you're playing are playing and you're getting decent frame rates, yeah, you're fine. 7900 XT is a great card. Don't even mess with that. As for the 5800X3D, still pretty high up there on the charts, but when it comes to 1440p gaming, well, 1080p gaming is where the CPU is more important. 1440p gaming, unless you know your game needs good CPU, like Microsoft Flight Simulator or certain games that are just a little bit more CPU bound, the vast majority of games at 1440p or higher are gonna not really bother your CPU that much. It's all GPU at that point. Okay. So sorry I didn't answer you earlier, Butter. Thanks for coming into the stream and keep hanging out. Keep getting more tidbits like this. Any other questions you got, let me know. But if it's like, hey, find me a PC, you do have to fill out the form for that. Okay. PC part picker ratings. It depends. I'm not sure which ratings we're talking about. If you're talking about their benchmarks, then I don't know how true they are. If they're sourcing them from like user benchmark, no, don't go with that. It's a little too shaky. Unless you're just getting a real shotgun approach to like comparing things. Okay, case. We can use the exact same case that you did. Antec C8, right? Yep, there it is. Now, power supply, I'm going to look, because we're going 5070 Ti, I want something ATX 3.1 with 12V 2x6 connection native. So that's what we're doing. Now, one of my favorite power supplies right now is the new Lian Li one that is designed for cases like the Antec C8, a dual chamber case. As long as it has the right, hold on, let me check something real quick. As long as it has the right orientation for the power supply, which it should, if it's a pretty standard dual chamber case. There's only one picture. Let's go take a look. Is that an AI image? Did they really do AI for their own case? It looks like they did based on that CPU cooler. Come on, man. Just build a PC, take a picture of it. It is not going to hurt you. Okay, let's see how the power supply mounts here. I just got to make sure before I recommend the Lian Li PSU. Yes, it will work. So the Lian Li PSU puts the connectors on an extended thing here, so it's much easier to set everything up for a dual chamber case build. Silas says, get a different dual chamber case. What is the matter with this one? What's wrong with this one? Like, you can't just say that. You do need to add some context. John Paul Bacon says, what about a Radeon 7900 XTX or a 9070 XT? For what? Are you talking about for this build or for the person I was talking, for Butter, who I was talking to earlier? There are better ones. Okay. I understand that you have the opinion that this one's not as good as some random other dual chamber. Give me a reason why. Like earlier, Alucard recommended against a specific case because of the fan compatibility with motherboards. There's no way to connect the fans to the motherboard for motherboard control of RGB, proprietary connectors, a real reason. Should I be worried about the AIO leaking? Not really. It's pretty rare. Modern AIOs are very reliable. I mean, anything could happen, I suppose. But it's not like it's not like how it used to be. Didn't like the build quality. So flimsy materials, burrs. Okay. Also, I mean, hold on. Let me see something real quick. Okay. All right. Tenmei, you have to understand, I didn't remember that this was you. Okay. So I was like, I don't know. Have you built PCs or whatever? You know, yeah. This is Tenmei from the YouTube side of things. So, okay. Okay. Well, let me ask first. Let me ask the person this is for. Jay, for what reason did you choose a C8? Is it just the appearance, or did you have a particular preference for this case for one reason or another? Shadow Kraken, what's your opinion on NVIDIA right now? I feel like they have been more and more prioritizing their AI development. That's most people realize that. That's pretty well understood. It's like 90% of their revenue per year. So yeah, of course they prioritize it. Any smart business person would be like, wait, the same silicon gets us like 20 times more money? Hell yeah, we're gonna sell more of that. Yeah. I just saw a black case and said good. All right, in that case, sure. No pun intended. I will change it happily then. Now you said you don't want RGB, right? So that means you probably don't necessarily want a dual chamber case. I would like to do that because of the power supply. I really like those lean power supplies right now, but like I said, it could look like a cinder block as long as it performs great. I'm okay. It's not as sturdy. The glass catching mechanism is finicky. Well, good to know. Let me see this. See what fans come with it. The pump dying is not a common issue, Jay. It's just that that's more likely to happen than leaking, is what they were saying, I think. Okay, this doesn't come with a full complement of fans, it seems, unfortunately. Front, you get two non-RGB, non-ARGB PWM fans and one 140 millimeter in the back. That should be sufficient. That should be sufficient, I think. So it comes like this. Like that. I think that's fine. I would prefer to do, well, you know, there's other great power supplies out there. It doesn't have to be dual chamber. Wait, what was the price difference here? So this is $64.98. And this one is $104.99. You're saving a good amount there. Wait, what? Oh, that's the max. Okay. Yeah, $64.98. There we go. The Linear D216 does have a non-RGB version if you want more front fans. Well, that's actually the same number of front fans. They're just a little larger at 160 millimeter. Oh, and case fans should be looking for that. I was literally just checking that. This one comes with the fans you need. As long as we put in an AIO, you'll have your exhaust fans as well. The downside is if we put in something like a 360, you're going to have a negative airflow setup here. Maybe the Fantex XT Pro, actually. Make sure to see what fan. I believe this comes with all the fans, but let's find out. Doesn't come with any. So I suppose we can choose them then. We can add some fans then, I suppose. I need to look at the price, see if it's actually worth it or not. Montec 903, that's the one I was looking at, the Air 903 base, because they don't want RGB. So the front can actually do three 140s in the Fantex XT Pro. And then you can do a 360 on the top. I think this would be a good option right here. Lots of space too for if we go with a thicker radiator on something like the Arctic Liquid Freezer 3. Also, you can look at the life expectancy of the pump as well. That should give you an idea. For example, some Cooler Master ones have an expectancy of 70K hours. So that's like 8 years of straight running. It's not an issue. You can look. Yeah, no, I mean, the thing is, I greatly prefer AIOs at this point because I will ship PCs. And when I ship a PC, having a big old cooler hanging off the motherboard is not a fun feeling. Whereas with an all-in-one liquid cooler, the majority of the weight of the cooler is attached to the chassis directly, which is a lot more sturdy. Stable. Okay, we'll do this. We'll get three 140 millimeter fans to add in. I think that's going to be a little bit better. I like Fantex's build quality. It's really nice. You can do that. Very straightforward case. PSU. Okay. Now we're doing 5070 Ti. Typically, you could do 850 watt power supply and be just fine. I'm going to give you some future upgradability by going with 1,000 watts. Is it going to constantly push 1,000 watts into your system? No. It has the capability of providing 1,000 watts if your system would like to request that much power under load. Unlikely to be a thing, though. So, but that means that if you're going to upgrade your GPU down the line, you're not likely to necessarily need to upgrade your power supply. It's not going to hurt anything to have extra wattage capability for your power supply. As a matter of fact, when you look at it a certain way, and for those of you who are knowledgeable out there, you can give me your take on this. But if you look at an 850 watt power supply and your wattage estimate is 550 watts, you're looking at running like around 75% capacity, like 75% load on that power supply fairly consistently, right? If it's 550 watts on a 1,000 watt power supply, you're running it under about half load, which can be great for the longevity of the power supply. Shadow Kraken says, one more thing. If you're new to PCs, I'd highly suggest an uninterruptible power supply. So UPS, not UPC, right? Is that what you meant? Igor, hey Bray, earlier when you recommended the Montec HSO2 case, you wanted to use a Lee & Lee PSU, but didn't think it would be compatible with the case. I just watched the build where someone did one with it and it worked perfectly. So is the power supply mounted sideways in there? That sounds awesome, actually. But I don't know how much space there is for it. But that's cool. We had a long talk about UPS a couple of streams ago. Yes, we did. We did. Yeah, I do typically recommend that, yeah. Fan facing the back. That could work, actually. I don't know. I need to get the card I got from Montec at Computex and just reach out to them, say I want to work with them on stuff. But this is the one I would have done. The Lee & Lee Edge right here. Really, really cool power supplies. Great price on them. Platinum rated, all that stuff. 160 bucks for a 1,000 watt 80 plus platinum power supply is really nice. But it's not really going to work in this one. So we'll go with the A1000G. I just checked the rating on that one and it's pretty good. But let's just check it again. I'm just like that. Just let's see. MSI. Wait, what? Let's see. A blank G. Where's it at? 1000 watt, A rating. There you go. Onion rings. Good to go. And that's ATX 3.0 as well. Or it should be. Let me double check. PCIe 5, yeah. Okay. But wait. Does it have 12V 2x6 or 12V HPWR? I'm going to check this one instead. .12V 2x6 on that one. And this one is 12V HPWR, I believe. No pictures of it, but other than this one. And that's 12V HPWR. Okay. Now if we go back to this real quick. AGL 1000 watt PCIe 5 is B plus still. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. We're at 1937 right now. I haven't done the CPU cooler yet, but that means you could do things like adding more storage, that kind of stuff. This is the one I was thinking, Arctic Liquid Freezer 3 Pro. No RGB on this one at all. It is fully blacked out, and it has a thicker radiator than most AIOs. It's absolutely a solid option for $85. Super solid. We need fans. Case fans. Okay, some Arctic P14 PSTs would be good. Really good value on these. Really good performance as well. If you want something a little quieter, you'll spend a little more. I mean, you can go all the way up to Noctua if you want. But P14s are super solid. And they are PWM, adjustable fan curves. Bergie, I would want to look and see if that Pure Power 12M has the 12V 2x6 connector. But yeah. What's up, PC Murray? I'm trying to remember, what is the efficiency bell curve for PSUs, where the percent of wattage is used most efficient at the AC-DC conversion? All I know is that for, yeah, you can check the cybernetics chart. But from what I remember, say it's 80 plus gold, I think that is 92% efficiency at under 50 watt, under 50% load. Yeah, it could be a little off on that. It has some slightly higher speed ones here for $20 each. P14 Max. Why not? We have the budget for it. Let's get 3 of those. Zeno, what's up? Welcome. Okay, add another. Add another. Add. It does have a rear fan already. It does come with a rear fan. These are the 3 front fans. And that's your build. And it comes out to $2083. So, what do we know right now? Your budget was $2,700. You can go higher end on some of this stuff. Like if you want the Core Ultra 7 Core Ultra 9 285K, you could do that. Just remember the performance increase for your use cases, not that much. If you want to go for the AMD build, you can also do that. Like I said, the motherboard is pretty good, the one you chose in terms of I/O, all that stuff. I would need to check the PCIe table for that to see if there's any bifurcation or anything. We'll go back to CPU real quick. So Intel provides better multi-threading performance for video editing, and Ryzen is essentially gaming. It is more complex than that. Yeah, it used to be that simple. It's not that simple anymore. The problem is with the, I mean, this is why we spent probably about 25 or 30 minutes discussing this earlier, Jay. And you'd like to go over that again? I understand. It's a lot of information. But we did sort of go over this for a long time. I showed you charts. I told you specifics of AMD's flaws when it comes to core parking. Remember all that? Yeah. So, like, if you get the 9950X and you want to have all those cores and threads for gaming while streaming, because your stream's real complex. You have a lot of stuff going on, all that, whatever. You lose half of your cores as soon as you turn on the game, even though there's no 3DV cache. Remember all that? That's the thing, Silo, is that they aren't using Adobe. They're using Wondershare or eventually DaVinci Resolve. But still looking at the charts, the 265K is the best price to performance there, like by a lot. Butter, that's fair lately. I've been getting into the realm. Max out settings and RT looks beautiful in some games. 700 XT cannot do RT. It can do RT, actually. It's just not as good as NVIDIA because they're a full generation ahead on hardware accelerated ray tracing. And that's currently now a generation back. So wait for the 5080 Super to release. I would say 5070 Ti Super. It's going to be close in performance to the 5080 Super. Still, they're both going to be 24 gigs of VRAM. It's going to be the same thing. Where it's going to cost a lot more for the 80 class card, and people are going to buy it so they could say they have an 80 class card and waste hundreds and hundreds of dollars. It's not going to be worth it. And we don't know when that's going to release now, unfortunately. Oh, Adobe Photoshop is being used from time to time. Yeah, also that $700, you can put that towards more storage. Storage is one of those things where it is an additive upgrade. Absolutely worth getting some. Throw a 4 terabyte drive in there. They're cheaper than you might think. And I'm going to go ahead and pick a good one for you. One of my favorites is the Inland Performance Plus. Normally only available at Micro Center, but they do sell it on Amazon. And the Performance Plus is a very potent PCIe Gen 4 drive with, in many cases, it is better longevity than Samsung or Western Digital in the terabytes written rating. Capacity, we want 4 terabytes. So I'm going to recommend a 4 terabyte drive. You're going to end up with, instead of having just, having 3 terabytes, right? You're going to have 6 total. Inland Performance Plus 4 terabyte, $299. There you go. You now have 6 terabytes of storage. Wait. What? Yes. Okay, there you go. Do you think AMD will make a 9070 XTX? No. If anything, people are wondering whether they're going to make a 9080 or 9090. We don't know. They might. Photoshop cares about core clocks. Both are fine. Only bottleneck is the human. I mean, if you're talking about Photoshop, you get an 8-core AMD CPU. That's what Photoshop likes the most. But I can actually just show you right here. Here are the ratings for Photoshop. 9700X is the top, the highest scoring consumer grade desktop CPU. The 265K is on the list because I'm telling you, there are a lot more CPUs that are not on the list. So for Photoshop, if you're only using it occasionally, 265K is fine. It's just that if you want the best performance in Photoshop specifically, that's AMD. But these scores aren't incredibly far apart. They're just, there is a difference. I've seen rumors of the 9090 being a beast. Yep. I mean, you'll see rumors about all kinds of stuff. I don't bank my money on a rumor, though. Now, if it's a leak from a reputable leaker, then, that's a little different. But, yeah. The thing is, AMD very clearly stated that they're not interested in making a high-end GPU. They're not interested in playing that game anymore, which is why the 5090 shot straight up to $3,000, because they were like, cool, no competition. Thanks for showing your hand, showing your cards, AMD. Appreciate that. Legary, what's up? I'd say this is fine. I'd say this is a really solid build. For gaming at 1440p or higher, streaming, the motherboard choice is going to be very clutch there, and content creation. That CPU and GPU combo is crazy good. Like, you saved hundreds and hundreds of dollars by not overspending on CPU and GPU by looking at price to performance. You don't have to be at the top of any charts. It's just got to be good. And this is that. because what's going to happen is you're going to be like, I need more storage. Oh, no. Video editing is like content creation in general is like 50% data management, okay? As a full-time content creator, I can tell you that. I have like 5 drives in my main PC. They are all red. I'm looking to collaborate on a NAS drive here pretty soon. I sold my old one way back when. Well, at least we do not need to worry about the AMD GPU melting. I mean, yeah. Do you have certain days you stream? I do. Yes, I stream. These streams on YouTube are Tuesdays and Thursdays. And on Sundays, I stream on both YouTube and Twitch, Tuesdays and Thursdays, doing PC matchmaking. This Thursday should be a PC unboxing, though, and testing stream. Sundays, I only stream on Twitch, but those are just gaming streams, just to chill out and hang out with everybody. Okay, let me give you the build. Now, we did talk about the whole socket thing with Intel, and you said it would be 4 to 5 years before you'd be doing any upgrading, and that it's, at that point, it would be CPU and motherboard, because Intel is just not good at supporting their sockets. But, I mean, with the hundreds and hundreds of dollars you're saving now, it kind of makes up for that. IMO. Oh, actually, before I give you the link, I'm going to go and save the build. I think that's the same link. So there it is. There's your build. All right, Nick, are you still here? Nick on par. Sorry that took a long time. I do apologize. There was a lot of nuance to that build, which happens sometimes. I have a question. How much does a power rating matter? On the power supply? Like, I know it's for power efficiency, but doesn't that also change depending on the PSU's load and maximum output? What do you mean by power rating? Are you talking about like the 80 plus certification or the wattage listed? Okay, Nick is here. Very cool. All right, Nick, I need you to help me out by giving me the actual maximum budget, the maximum number of money dollars you can spend on the PC, not including monitor, keyboard, mouse, all that stuff. Yeah, not a range, just a number. Like gold and platinum. That's just efficiency. And no matter what, Shadow Kraken, your power supply, if it says 1,000 watts, is rated to be capable of providing that. The efficiency rating is just telling you if when it's providing 1,000 watts to the system, is it pulling 1,050 watts from the wall outlet? That's the efficiency rating. You're not losing any wattage from the power supply to your parts, because that could be very, very bad. It is the wattage that they write on the thing, the nominal wattage, right? It has to be able to provide that much wattage. Efficiency is just about how much power is wasted from the outlet to the power supply and then to your PC, like in that exchange. Okay, so it's 1,500. Got it. All right. All right. And you are now purple, so we're like ready to go. Okay. I usually use the lighter color purple. I don't know why I mix those up all the time. There we go. Okay. Now, when you select parts list, I want to be clear that usually means that you're building the PC yourself. You just need a list of parts to purchase for that. Is that correct? Would you say that's correct? Oh, no, I'm so sorry. You see, you put something other than a link or a company name here. That invalidates your form submission. I'm kidding. It's fine. It's just I don't really want people putting anything that they could just put in chat. You're not really supposed to put in this field, right? here. Name of the company or a link. That's it. But it's okay. I just like to give people a little... yeah. No problem, Jay. Let us know how that turns out, okay? That's what I'm asking. Does that efficiency change as it nears its max load? The rating is based on the amount of the percentage of efficiency at 50% load. That can shift, but generally it's supposed to be on a pretty steady curve. No, I selected pre-built. I have no idea how to build. Okay. Well, you selected parts list. The form isn't going to change that answer for you, but we'll go ahead and change it to pre-built for you. Now, to be clear, if you do get this from Micro Center, and we just got to get this part out of the way. If you have them build it for you, their build fee is pretty high. It's $250. Now, if it's like, depending on the budget of the PC, at higher budgets, that's not as much of a big deal. It's a smaller percentage of the overall budget. But at $1,500, that's a pretty solid chunk. So the question is this: is that $250 same-day assembly fee included in the $1,500 budget? Or are you considering that a separate expense? I don't know if you knew about it. So that is something you may need to an answer you may need to come up with. So yeah, that's the question. Separate expense, didn't know. Got it. I mean, they're going to charge you for the service. It's a service. They build it same day, which is pretty impressive when you think about it. What's your location? It is Dallas. Got it. Okay. Also, you're using it specifically for that one game, for the golf thing, the golf sim. GS Pro. Okay. So it's at 4K resolution. I'm guessing it uses like a projector. And I keep having to push my build back because of unfortunate expenses. That does happen. It is, and it is very unfortunate. Yeah. Just waiting for GTA 6 to upgrade. We were talking about this earlier. That's going to be years. It's going to be years until they release that for PC. And it's understandable why, I guess. PC gamers are cheap. We're cheap. We're cheap. We spent so much on our system. We got to get our games as cheap as possible. So Steam summer sales, all that kind of stuff. But Rockstar is like, oh no, our game is probably going to be $100 a copy for console only. And console gamers just have to pay that. By the time it comes out on PC, they'll get their ROI. They'll have their ROI by that point. Correct. Using a projector, 4K projector. Got it. Okay. So let's see what we can do. We're going to do a bundle for CPU, CPU, RAM, and motherboard. That's what I meant to say. For 4K gaming, you just don't need much CPU. So we can go, I don't want to go MATX. Are you trying to make this a smaller build, by the way? Is that a concern at all or not really? I'm guessing because it's going to be like for the golf sim thing, it can just be set aside. It doesn't matter if it's kind of a larger PC, right? I'm going to be real. Might get an Xbox Series S for Xbox 360 games, etc. I'm thinking of you know, I love GTA. Like I started my career doing this as a GTA online streamer. I played it for a long time on stream, and I miss that. I miss playing that game with my friends and all that. I desperately want to play GTA 6. I might just get a PS5 Pro to make the experience as good as possible. I might do that. It's just the thought of them saying it's locked at 30 FPS is wild. That is wild. On one hand, I want to boycott it for that and just wait for PC to get that like extreme frame rate, you know? Okay, guys. Twitch is really bothering me with the ad right now. I've been snoozing it, but I do have to run it at some point. I'm gonna go ahead and manually start the 60-second ad, so you'll be back. You guys will be back very quickly. If you're subscribed or whatever, then you don't have to worry about it. If you were gifted a subscription, please refresh the stream to make sure that that Twitch knows you're subscribed. So 1 minute ad running in 3, 2, 1. There you go. And as for YouTube, it just runs ads. The only thing I can tell YouTube is to be sparse with the ads, and I do tell it that. It makes me less, but we're talking about maybe $1 per stream less or something. Okay, Nick, I'm going to go with this. This is the lowest price bundle that has a full ATX motherboard. I don't know if you're going to need any PCIe cards added in or anything like that. I don't know how that simulator runs, but we're going to go ahead and run that right there. There you go. That's a Ryzen 7 7700X, 32 gigs DDR5 6000, and a B650 Gaming X AX V2 gigabyte motherboard. So that's $350 for 3 of the main components here. Now we're going to go ahead and look at video cards. And I am thinking, man, 4K. Does that simulator have does it have ray tracing in it? I guess I should look it up. And it was called GS Pro. Okay, so it's not a very new simulator. It says for 4K, a 3080 or better, and 32 gigs of RAM. We're working on Nick on par. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now. That's the summary, but it just got it from Foresight Sports. They haven't updated this since 30 series NVIDIA. That is 2 generations ago. It's built on Unity. Okay. So there's a 9070 XT that might fit within the budget. It should. But I remember, let me see here. What if we go just above that? I don't think we're going to be able to fit a 5070 Ti in the budget. I mean, I'm trying to get this thing to be able to do 4K, but $1,500 for 4K gaming is pretty rough, to be honest. Not something I would usually say stick to 1440p if the budget is $1,500. You have to remember that with everything that's happened this year, a lot of prices are just inflated like crazy. But Micro Center is kind of your best bet to avoid some of that. Looks like the lowest, well, there's a 7900 XTX. There's that. $799. That's still pretty high. That's too much of the budget. Okay. Is your launch monitor attaching to the computer as well? Silo, I'm pretty sure they're talking about something that has to do with the golf simulation. The only thing that concerns me right now is that they specifically listed NVIDIA GPUs, the 3060 to the 3080. 3060 for 1080p, starting with the 3060 1080p, 3080 for 4K and up. For 3080 and up for 4K. They did not list AMD Radeon GPUs, and I do not want to put in something that's like a certain niche software like that can be reliant upon specific architecture, like NVIDIA's architecture. So launch monitor connects to PC via Wi-Fi. I need to make sure your motherboard has Wi-Fi real quick. It does. It has AX Wi-Fi. Okay, good. Yeah, just to be straight up with you, if someone comes in with a budget of $1,500 and wants to do 4K gaming, I'm gonna usually tell them you should probably stick to 1440p. You might be able to pull it off, but it's gonna be a tough one. It just resets everything. Come on. It's going to reset everything just because I say the stupid compatibility filter is wrong? Okay. So yeah, that's my holdup on picking an AMD card. Because AMD is generally what you want when it comes to price to performance, even with how far off from MSRP the temporary MSRPs are from what pricing is now. And for a 5070 and 1440p can play anything. But when it comes to 4K, you will run into VRAM issues in some games. Braxton, what's up? How's it going? I'm okay with lowering to 1440p then. All right. Okay. Then a 5070 might be the right choice for that. Yeah. And again, that's just because if we look through the recommended specs, they are only listing NVIDIA cards. And I feel like there's a reason for that. Yeah, for all the way from the GTX 970 to the 3060 Ti and the 3080, it is all NVIDIA cards. That's a red flag for me. That means we should not put an AMD card. So I go here and I click on NVIDIA, narrow it down. There we go. Now the lowest price 5070 is $579.99. And that should work within the budget. Yep, NVIDIA is needed. Okay. Well, there you go. I had to suss it out on my own, but I did figure it out. Okay. Now, I don't think you need a ton of storage for this, right? Because, I mean, you're mostly going to be running just that. So I'll probably go with a 1 terabyte drive, but just note, you have a full ATX motherboard, meaning that's greater expandability than in something like an MATX motherboard or definitely an ITX board. So you can always add more storage later. It's one of the cheapest and easiest upgrades you can do for your PC. Inland Performance Plus, high performance drive with great longevity. There are cheaper drives out there, and we might need to switch to that, but I want to go with this for now. What did it say about storage capacity? I think it said 10 gigs on the summary before, but then this says 4 gigs. I think we're fine with the 1 terabyte drive. It's a pretty purpose-built machine. I just Googled golf launch monitors. That's an expensive hobby. Oh, yeah. And he chose black for the PC. How much do you care about the aesthetic? I need to start asking that rather than like, hey, what kind of aesthetic do you want? Do you want mesh front panel? Do you want the fish tank style? I should just ask, do you care about the aesthetic of the PC? Does it matter to you? Zero care on aesthetic. Got it. Lowest price case. Here we go. Now you still want to? I still want you to have airflow though. Now, if we go with the case that has RGB in it, understand that you can just turn that off. It's not a huge deal. We'll go with the Air 903 Max. There we go. I'm trying to minimize some of the other things while still getting you quality stuff. And if we can go back and upgrade the GPU at all, we will. We will see. But going from 5070 to 5070 Ti is like a $300 difference. I don't know if we'll be able to save that much. Let's see. This is a 7700X. I'd still go with an AIO, just a, you know, an entry-level one. Should be fine. You vibing tonight? Happy to hear that. So money bags over here being okay with $1 stream. I say as a joke. I'm going to do this regardless. Okay. $79.99 for the Montec Hyperflow. There you go. Does a 5060 push 4K? The Ti maybe. You don't really get that card for 4K. You don't get that card for 4K. A 5060 Ti, I would say, is getting you into 1440p, just like the 3060 Ti and 4060 Ti. A 5060, you get that class of card for 1080p pretty much. And you'd think, like, as the years go on, resolution would go higher even for the class of card for the same class of card, but it just doesn't seem to be doing that. Random question. What is the best way to send the image from the PC to the projector as well? It's probably going to be HDMI. Hopefully it's a projector that's not going to have much input latency. I don't know about gaming projectors. I know that, what are they called? Nexigo had one. Okay, so I made one change to the build. It's very minor though. I'm just buying some stuff from one shop and the rest from the same shop. Comes out to be, sure, yeah. Could be worse. We could be pulling a Morgs from long ago. Want any videos with your ads? Yeah. But yeah, it's going to be HDMI. Nick, I mean, if it's a fairly old projector, it might, I don't know, have DVI or something. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know projectors that well, but it should have HDMI. If it's anything within the last 10, 15 years. So we have $220 left. That is not enough to get us from a 5070 to a 5070 Ti, unless we just go over budget a little bit by about $80 ish. Let's find out. So right now, wait, hold on. We're at how much right now? $579.99. So more than 80, about $100 over budget. I don't like to do that. You give me a budget, I try to stick to it. I do want to give you the option. I hate when they do this. Okay, lowest price 5070 Ti seems to be this $839.99 one. And there's only one in stock. And the next one up is a full $100 more than that. Asus, come on! But they do have the one. And if we go with that, your total price is going to go up to... Oh, I was wrong. $1,538. Because I went with an 850 watt power supply, 5070 Ti, 850 watt should be fine. Ish, yeah. It should be okay. The estimated wattage is 519 watts. We're at 850. The percentages line up. This should be fine. So yeah, actually you're at 1538. There you go. So this can do 4K. The 5070 Ti can do 4K. I've gamed in 4K on the 5070 Ti for many, many, many an enjoyable hour. It is fine. So there you go. There's your 4K build for $38 higher than budget. Is that okay? Yeah, it's considerably better, yes. 4K, I mean, that 16 gigs VRAM is a pretty sizable upgrade over the 12 gigs of VRAM you get with the 5070. That's the issue I ran into testing the 5070 in 4K is it would just run out of breath. It wasn't good for it. So with this, you can get either very high level 1440p or decent 4K, like solid 4K performance. Now, they need to have this GPU in stock, but I also want to mention this. You can bring your own GPU to Micro Center and have them install it in the PC. There is a Zotac GPU available on Newegg for $765 or so. That can save you an amount to get you under budget if you want. No, the list is right there. Click that link that I gave you, and here's what you need to do. So once you click the link, this parts list should come up on, in the browser. If you don't already have a Micro Center account, you'll need to make one and log into it. And you want to save this build. Okay? There is another side to this. If you're going to have them do the build for you, they're going to want to install Windows, and a retail license for Windows is about $120. You can have them install Windows 11 Home and not activate it. You just have to tell them that. Install Windows 11 Home, don't activate it. And then you can get an OEM license from, there's a number of websites that have it. VIP CDK Deals is the one that has sponsored me before. So they're linked in some of my previous videos on YouTube, and the links are in the description there. You can get Windows 11 Home for like $25 instead of, it's an OEM license, rather than the retail license for $120. But I need you to save the build right now. The next time I do a Micro Center build, I'm going to have to clear this one out, and it'll be gone. If you save it to your Micro Center account, you're set. I like PC parts. The numbers make no sense to me, but the parts look neat. Yeah. Making the account right now. All right, cool. Just give me confirmation when you saved it, and I will feel safe that way. All right, Alexito. I don't have a whole lot of time to do the final one, but we can try to do one more. Alexito, are you still here? It shows that you're here in chat. I generally stop at midnight Central, and we're coming upon that. It's coming up now, but it's the last one. So if you're here, maybe we can get yours taken care of. It's yet another parts list. So yeah. Zeno, I don't have to zoom out right now. I'm not showing anything. Thanks, though. I'm good. I would love to see a video of your setup once you're done setting up at Nick on Par. Yeah, absolutely. That'd be cool. Alexito. Okay. So I'm going to call you Alex if that's okay. I imagine that's an extension of... Alexito is an extension of your name, right? Unless that's inappropriate, let me know. But what is the actual maximum budget for your build? You have that range of $500 to $1,000. I know you had some information earlier on what you were looking at, but what is the maximum amount you can spend on a build? Just the PC itself, not monitor, keyboard, mouse, none of that stuff. No taxes, no shipping included. Just the prices you would see it listed on a website before all that stuff. I need a hotkey to like highlight these if such a thing could be done with Google Sheets. I don't know. Okay, so $1,000. Okay. Like I said, just a number, not a range, but there we go. $1,000. Nick, you could also share that in the rigs channel of the Discord if you want. That's a good place for something like setups like that. I've saved the build. Thanks again. Awesome. Happy to hear it. And you're very welcome. I'll be honest, taxes not being included in prices in the U.S. doesn't make sense to me. Well, it's because taxes are different in different states. Sales tax can vary from state to state, Zeno. You have to remember that the United States is pretty big with a lot of individuality between the different states. I mean, just Texas is the size of the country of France. So you think about it. If you think about the EU, all those different countries there, think about it kind of like that. They all have their own taxes and such. So the mid-ATX tower for ATX motherboard is good. Yes. No, they don't need to match. Jay, ATX is the standard of motherboard and the size of it and where the screw holes are. Mid-ATX means it's an ATX case that is mid-sized. You don't need full ATX. That's a very big case. I mean, probably cities with more people than New Zealand has in total. And New York City has more people in it than some states' entire populations. Yes. And by a lot. Okay. So, $1,000. Let's go do another parts list. To be clear, you're doing just gaming at 1080p. Shouldn't be too difficult. You do want to be able to upgrade your CPU down the line then. So we're not going to do like 5000 series Ryzen. And you guys will notice, I tend to not do that. I tend to not go with end of life platforms, even though it means sacrificing a little bit on some of the other components. I want to have that upgradability for y'all whenever I do these. That ain't gonna work. Okay. There we go. So 90. Why the hell is the 9600 $467? What is this? Amazon? Jesus. Now, what if we go with a 7600 or 7600X? Why is it not showing those? Oh man, I really messed up by messing with the price. Okay, 7600X, $170.49. 9600X, $189.99. But on a $1,000 build, that little bit can make a difference. But seeing that 7600X is cheaper than the 7600, the 7600 does come with a cooler though. That's something that we got to remember. That's why sometimes those can be a little bit more expensive, but you can get a very cheap cooler that is around that price difference. So we'll go with the 7600X. All right. My hometown metropolitan city in India population is estimated at 7,399,000. Damn. Popular place. Okay, I have AIO already. Don't worry about cooler. My friend gave it to me. Is it in good working order, Alex? Are you certain of its like the state that it's in? Like, is it used or brand new? Imagine used. That would make sense. I need to find some different PC people. What do you mean? Oh, because of the people you're asking questions to, Jay. Yeah. Now, what they're talking about is like an MATX case. Not mid-tower, but MATX, which is micro ATX. That's another form factor for a motherboard. There's also ITX cases, or mini ITX, which is the smallest kind generally, and that's for small form factor builds. Oh, it's brand new. Sick. So you should have all the mounting hardware for both sockets for AMD and Intel. That's good. What if I choose just ATX motherboards? Okay. It's a $10 difference. It's a little more solid motherboard. I'm really not good at. Sometimes I feel like I'm not good at super budget builds. That is not super budget. $1,000 isn't bad. Memory is cheap for good memory. It's CL36, but what's the difference between that and CL30? Yeah, fairly solid difference actually. Oh, actually, it's T-Create Expert is 56000 CL30 for $98.99. Okay, let's just get the right frequency and latency, and then go lowest price. Make sure it has Expo though. We can go up to 32, I think, on the latency, and that should be fine. Heck, even 36 should be okay. I like that it doesn't tell you what profiles it has, Expo or... I was told that this has it, so... Here, let's actually look this up. Okay, that's the Polish site. Way to go, Google. Good job. XMP and Expo. Let's go. I was told correctly before. That's awesome. I also have a 3070. That's why I asked you earlier if a 5500 is good with it, because I don't know anything about PCs. So, Alex, the reason I would say no is because what you said here in the questionnaire, and this is why the form is important. You said that you plan on upgrading your CPU down the line. Now, you do have a few options. You can go with a 5800 X3D or something down the line. But like that's it. 5700 X3D, 56, any X3D chip. They're still releasing some CPUs randomly for that platform, but it's otherwise dead, a dead platform. So if we go with 7000 series or 9000 series Ryzen and socket AM5, you have much more upgradability down the line. Also, knowing that you already have the 3070, awesome. That means that the rest of the build is just everything else. And I don't feel bad about putting a pretty solid CPU and motherboard in here. So you're looking at a much upgraded 7600X over the 5500. Same amount of cores and threads, but it's a lot faster. And you're using DDR5 memory rather than DDR4, which interestingly is overpriced right now. Like a DDR4 kit of 32 gigs is probably going to be more than this right now. Unless you're looking at a site that has old stock that was priced lower. But we can put a decent amount. We can put at least a terabyte of storage in there. An NV3, PCIe Gen 4. All individual parts should come with what I need to install it, like screws, brackets, and all that. Yes. Yeah. So the case is going to come with all the stuff to mount the motherboard and stuff inside and the fans in the case. The fans also will come with fan screws as well. But yeah, Silo's right. You need the a flash drive for installing Windows and also for updating your BIOS. So we don't need a cooler. Nice. We don't need a video card. Let's figure out a case. If you like something that puts things on, I really do like the Montech XR. This is a pretty solid case. It can fit up to a 360 millimeter radiator for an all-in-one liquid cooler. You get to see all your parts in there. Pretty awesome. I recommend just going with this one right here. You don't need to add any fans either. It comes with fans. $3070 and 850 watts a little overkill, but that's not a bad thing necessarily. Because the thing is, one thing you should never cheap out on really is your power supply. That's the beating heart of your whole system. 750 should be fine, but I would rather go a little higher than that. You want a little cushion in the wattage. I haven't looked at minimum power supply recommendations for that for a while. They say 650 is fine for a 3070. So we'll go 750. But if you feel like it, you can go with a little higher wattage with an 850. It's going to be like a $12 difference. I kind of want to push you to get the little higher wattage one because this makes it a lot easier to upgrade your PC down the line without having to upgrade more than just the GPU or the CPU. Yeah, 750 watts would be 100 watts over the GPU requirement. Zeno, that's not the like this. That is a really simple way to look at it, but typically it's percentage based. Yeah. I'm just gonna put you in the 850, but you can get the 750 watt version of the same power supply if you want, and that's not a problem. We're done. If you want, if anything, I would probably upgrade to 2 terabytes of storage so that you don't have to add storage that fast. But adding storage is also one of the easiest upgrades you can do. You've already got a cooler. You've already got the GPU. That comes out to $680 and 34 cents. There you go. Now you need a copy of Windows. You can just get the free installer for Windows, the Windows Media Creation tool, put it on a flash drive and install it. But you need a license unless you want to run Windows unactivated, which works just fine. That's up to you. There you go. Your very own custom parts list right there. It's going to be a good-looking PC, too. That's nice. There you have it. I hope you guys see the significance, though, of the trend lately. What's been going on with the PC matchmaking thing. Like 90 or 95% of people who come in now are not getting a PC, a pre-built, or they're not getting a PC from an SI. They're getting it from Micro Center, or they're getting a parts list for like Micro Center or a PC part picker list. This is one of the reasons why SIs are hurting right now. Like that's, and it's like, if you want to build your PC, you build your PC. Like, that's fine. Micro Center, though, we're getting so many Micro Center people come in. It's crazy. Okay, thank you so much, man. I'm going to go order the parts right now. Actually, have a good night. All right, you too. Let us know how it turns out. Well, you can finish after scheduled time tonight then, since this was a quick build. Well, we're not far off. We're not far off. So many people streaming right now. Crazy. Oh, that's cool. So two buddies of mine are streaming together right now. Emmett and Bastion Blue Succubus are streaming together right now. So I think we'll raid them and add to that party a little bit. Looks like they're playing Warcraft 3, which is awesome. I think I speak for a lot of people right now when I say thank you for helping. Zeno, happy to help. Yeah, no. Absolutely. But let's go raid these two lovely people here who are playing Warcraft 3. That's super cool. Man, it's been forever for me since I played that. I really appreciate y'all hanging out. I'm gonna do my best to get everything ready for the unboxing this Thursday. It might actually be both PCs that I got from Asus. I might not be sending the other one back just yet. Maybe I need to ask them about that. But yeah, look forward to it. It's going to be a lot of fun. Unboxing and shakedown of an Asus PC or two, maybe. I'm looking forward to that. And I hope y'all will join me for that. You get to see me standing up. It's going to be amazing. But that's it for tonight, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. We're rating my friends Emmett and Bastion Blue Succubus, who are playing Warcraft 3. It should be fun. And until next time, take care.
Let's go, nerds!